Good evening. I'm calling this meeting to order. The time is 5:32 p.m. In accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code 551, this meeting is officially open with the quorum present. At this time, we'll hear public comment addressing items on the agenda. Let me remind you that because of restrictions by the Texas Open Meetings Act, board members may not engage in a verbal exchange about a subject that has not been posted. We will listen and take notes, but the board is prohibited from responding to any inquiries made during a board meeting on any topic not posted on the agenda. However, the board may reply with one, a statement of specific factual information given in response to the inquiry, or two, recitation of existing policy in response to the inquiry, or three, direct the person to visit with staff about the issue. And no presentation may exceed 3 minutes unless the speaker has prior approval for additional time because of the use of a translator. Speakers who require the assistance of a translator are permitted double the allotted time of speakers who do not require the assistance of a translator. Speakers, when your name is called, approach the podium by going to the back of the room, down the stairs, and coming up the side wall on your right. As soon as the speaker begins speaking, the time clock will begin. We have only 2 speakers slotted today, and the first one is Scott Blanco Davis, followed by Daniel Bennett. Are either here today? Oh, yes, go ahead. Come on up, Mr. Bennett. I don't see. And sorry, right before we begin with our public comment, do want to acknowledge that Trustee Dr. Ryan is joining us via Zoom this evening, and so he's on virtual. Please go ahead, Mr. Bennett.
Want to read anything about what I can and cannot say? Okay, I'll just go ahead. Okay, my name is Daniel Bennett, President Martinez, board members. I've probably met each and every one of you except for maybe a handful. I went online and looked for your packet for Lone Star governance. I understand Houston's already being monitored or run by the state. Do they have that set of standards already within their documentation? And do you have a copy of that? I'm hoping your discussion tonight will at least mirror what's already being instituted or implemented down in Houston, whether you agree with it or not. I hope you have a healthy discussion. I'd like to talk with you about policy and procedures. I've been coming here since 2017. I probably predate most of you. Back when Mr. Scribner had his contract January 1st, 2017. I was here for an entirely different reason. I was a little confused by the policy and procedures you had in place back then. Because your budget is so important. You guys are in recapture now. And to set your tax rate and giving a lot of taking away your safeguards from the boards of trustees is something I don't want to see happen. You need to be immersed in the process. You need to be able to explain bonds, your tax rate that you set, how you derive those things, and be involved in the budget. I hope that you'll have that discussion tonight. But where does your budget come from? Well, it comes from the taxpayer, but ultimately you set your tax rate based on the appraisal district. This body has no policy and procedure when it comes to oversight of your responsibilities when it comes to the TAT appointment process. Never has. John Molyneux was your nominee in 2017. And I think it was just, hey, he used to be a police officer here, off he goes. Well, you see, without having those policies in place of oversight, you saw what happened to the appraisal district and where we are today, struggling. So I'm hoping when you review your policy and procedures tonight, take note that we are currently in an election. We currently are going to be putting these people who are going to be deciding things that's going to materially affect your budget. That's like the first baton in a four-way race, right? You want your starter to be great. So you must have procedures in place to qualify these people, to quantify what you want done, that they represent you. It's not because, well, somebody knows somebody and that's a good person. No. In Fort Worth, we need to stop doing that. We need to call these people in and sit them right along that dais, and you grill them with your questions until you're satisfied with their answers. To only pick somebody because the gentleman at the end may know somebody, or the gentleman at that end may know somebody, That's not a procedure, that's not a policy. I know it's governed by the property tax code. Time? Thank you so much for your time. Have a great meeting, and I'm excited that, oh, there's your other speaker.
Thank you. Next up is Scott Blanco Davis. That's our final speaker.
Hello, Mr. Oh, sorry, Officer Betts. Oh, this is unusual. 3 whole minutes. It's a pleasure to see y'all tonight. I came in, Lone Star Governance is all about student success. And I'd like to give an idea on how we can make our students more successful, because it's something I've watched disappear since I started in 1991. First off, little history. Fort Worth ISD in the last 20 years has done a really good job of teaching a couple of things. So I'm going to go with what the teachers learned first. When RTI, response to intervention, kicked in, some of us got 30 to 40 folders. And during that time, what the teachers learned is you better accommodate before you fail a child, because there's just a ton of extra work after. Even if it's a middle of the year benchmark that they could not have possibly passed, we got RTI folders. Taught us a good lesson. Don't fail a kid. And even if we did all of our RTI folders, we did all the documentation, branching minds, 360, everywhere else we did our documentation. When we went on summer school, the kid went to 10 days of summer school. They had a committee and moved them on whether we were there or not. That was frustrating because we saw students move on that we knew weren't ready and needed more help. And we had set that out for them, and they moved on. Let's talk about the lessons the students learned. The students learned that there really was no consequence for failing. You could fail 180 days. You could fail the STAR test. Go to 10, 20 days of summer school and you went on. To the point that even my smart kids looked at me one year and went, Mr. Davis, why would I put that much work into it? I don't like being at home anyway. I get to go to summer school, spend time with my friends, and then I move on. So even my high students started to not care as much. It was strange because when I started, it was, what are the students not doing that's keeping them from being successful? And it turned into, teachers, what are you not doing for the students? Even though we were doing a lot. So I think if you really want them to be successful, the accountability needs to move back to at least 50-50 students and teachers. There needs to be an accountability. You don't go on unless you actually prove it. Hold some people back and get them the help they need before they move on, because the lessons hurt. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you both for sharing your thoughts this evening. Next, we'll move to item 3, Lone Star Governance, and I will turn it over to Dr. Molinar.
Thank you. I wanted to welcome back our Lone Star Governance coach, Ben Mackey, who's here with us this evening. And we are going to start off, or pick back up, where we left during our training and last workshop with our board goals and guardrails and constraints.
Or seem to be going off track or kind of in the weeds, I'm going to pull us back out a lot because we got a lot of things to cover. But ultimately, it's still your meeting, so if you make a decision, it's yours to do. But I wanted to kind of put that up front because we got a lot to talk about tonight and a lot of really good stuff. The first thing on the agenda, and I'm about to turn it back over to Dr. Molinar and her team in a second, is the goals and guardrails. But I want to frame this up and kind of what we'll be doing in this conversation. Last time we spent a little over 3.5 hours digging into really what are the most important outcomes that we're seeking for our students. We came to a consensus on what those were at a high level. And then we also identified 4 guardrails. What are those other very important things that we've got to make sure are the case as we move forward? Things like sustainable budget tied to effective priorities, extracurricular activities, no DNF campuses, et cetera. With that, we turned it over to Dr. Molinar and her team, who have been tirelessly at work over the last month to try to frame those out, both in terms of putting specific language to them and measurements. So I think you have in front of you the PowerPoint slide that we'll go through. You'll see them up here. We're going to have 2 things. Number 1, we're going to talk about the goals and the guardrails themselves, the language, the targets of those overall, and what we're going to. I know her and our team can explain the reasoning why they set the targets of what they did to make sure that they were attainable, but very rigorous and meaningful as well. But ultimately, the board has to make sure that those goals and those guardrails align with the discussion that we had last time, and I'll facilitate that. They've also shared with you first thinking of some progress measures. Again, the board sets the goals and the guardrails. What does winning look like for our system? What's non-negotiable? And then it's on top of the team of the superintendent to put together how will we know we're accomplishing those during the year, these things that are going to be monitoring. And so while we have them here for the board to review to get a sense of, okay, if we said 3rd grade reading is what winning looks like in this one goal, what are the things that she and her team are going to look at over the course of the year to tell us if we're on or off track to that? The progress measures are owned by the superintendent because they're the ones that have to look at this every single day in and out and actually respond to it. So what we won't do is dive in to say we think we should have other progress measures. The board has essentially two decisions. Number 1 is to look at the progress measures in terms of, are they a reasonable interpretation of our goal? That's number 1. And if they are, then we got to trust the superintendent with those progress measures and hold her accountable to achieving the goal. And if they are a reasonable interpretation, but we realize that's not quite what we meant, then the way the board can influence those is to kind of be more clear with the goal or the guardrail language. So that's high level how we're going to go about this. The way I'm going to ask us to do this is actually to split it up into goals and the progress measures. Then we'll stop and we'll have a conversation about those. And then we'll go back and do guardrails and the progress measures and a conversation about those. Before we begin, and I turn it back over to Dr. Molinar to kind of overview the goals and progress measures, are there any questions from the board or thoughts before we dive in? All right. Well, let's just get to it. Dr. Molinar, I'll ask you to kind of overview the goals, the language, why you wrote it as you and your team did, and what progress measures you're thinking about, recognizing that the progress measures are still in progress, but we're just putting them forth to kind of make sure that it is matching what the board's vision was. Dr. Molinar?
Sure, thank you, Coach Mackey. We're going to start with our student outcome Goal 1. Just a reminder, is required by the state that we follow House Bill 3, which has 3 goals that are required around early literacy, math, as well as CCMR. You'll see here for student outcome Goal 1, and I don't know, Cindy, if we can put that presentation. There we go. I'll make sure it's on the board for everyone to see it. There we go. So here is our first Goal 1 around early childhood literacy. Goal 1, the percent of 3rd grade students that score meets grade level or above on STAR, English Language Arts and Reading, ELAR, will increase from 38% to 50% by 2030. You'll see here that we meet the requirements that are aligned by the state. And here are our annual targets that we will hit and do progress measures. And I'll show you what we're using for our GPMs. Of course, everything that all of our initiatives, our assessments, formative and summative, our new curriculum framework, or all of our inputs that we have placed for our Goal 1. We chose our targets that you'll see here to finish at 53%. We look at the state goal is at 52%. And Fort Worth ISD by 2025, the state goal is at 52%. When we're looking and we were deciding our targets, we look back at how well our state has done in 3rd grade reading. We looked at the percentage points and how they were able to meet their targets, and that's how we established our first round of draft targets. So you'll see here, we have for 2026 at 41%, and then ending by 2030, 53%. On this next slide, don't think my clicker. You'll find here, how will we measure our outputs for our GPMs? And that will be our 6-week assessments. Just a reminder that last year, our district, or year before, the last 2 years, we've implemented 9-week assessments that were not aligned with our grading period and not aligned as well with any type of a structure of a written curriculum. Our curriculum at this point that we have implemented follows 6-week assessments as well as 6-week grading periods. We also monitor our data through our campus improvement plans every 6 weeks for our campuses. So we find the alignment with our 6 weeks test, looking at the percent of third grade students that meet grade level or above, and those 6-week assessments will increase. Also, we're looking at MAP. In Fort Worth ISD, we utilize the MAP assessment for our K through 3 students, beginning of the year, middle of the year, and end of the year. That has shown a strong correlation to meeting progress and projections on the final outcome of STAR at a meet or above grade level. And then also, this year, we will be looking at benchmarks. We have looked at our assessment calendar, and we'll be implementing and utilizing the state release benchmarks from TEA. When you look at our first benchmark that will occur in the end of the first semester, we will only be looking at those standards that have already been covered and tested through our new instructional framework and our IPCs, and then of course this spring will be a different benchmark. And then this year we have an anticipation of really looking at a English and Spanish resource for intervention. We have bought and implemented iReady. iReady is a diagnostic assessment that we're able to test our students. We finished our first round of diagnostic testing. It puts students at their individual level. And then you'll see later on where we have some GPMs and how we're monitoring that as well. It's very important that the percentage of our K through 3 students pass at least 70% of their lessons, because we know that when we look at the research, that means our students will increase a grade level or be projected to meet on their summative assessment. Also, we're utilizing iReady for another form of a resource, because it is something our students can have access to not only during a Tier 3 intervention, they can have access to Fort Worth After School, as well as we're working to utilize this resource in our community partnerships that work with our students out in the community. So that is Student Outcome Goal 1 with the progress measures listed at that point. Would you like me to stop for any questions or go on
Nope,
to 2?
just go through
Okay.
each of them, and then we'll have a whole bunch of
Wonderful. Goal 2 is around early childhood math. Very similar. You'll see the percent of third grade students, the score meets grade level or above on STAR. Math will increase 35% to 50% by 2030. You'll see our annual target set, very similar to when we talked about literacy. We've looked back at the state as well as urban districts to see how far that they were tracking to close the gap to the state, and that's our main goal, to close or surpass that gap. So we have identified early childhood math. If you go to that next slide, you'll see our GPMs. It's very aligned to our third grade in literacy, our 6-week assessments, our MAP growth, our benchmarks, in addition to iReady. iReady gives us the availability to have it on literacy as well as in math. And just as a reminder for the literacy, it's in English and in Spanish. Student Outcome Goal 3 is another requirement by the state. This is College, Career, and Military Readiness, or CCMR. Goal 3 is the percentage of graduates that meet the criteria for CCMR outcome bonuses will increase from 19% to 47% by 2030. We know this is a very aggressive goal. However, we have put a lot of systems in place and a lot of inputs this year that were not in place to be able to track to meet this goal for 2030. When we're looking at outcome bonuses, this is a different way of measuring, but we're very excited about this goal. What does this look like for GPMs. You'll see, and we've shared this, and actually on October 28th, our board will receive a very robust superintendent's report around CCMR. Our first progress measure is TSIA. It's the percent of 10th through 12th grade students that are scoring at or above college-ready standard on TSIA2 by the assessment will increase. Also, you have IBC, which are industry-based certifications. The percent of 10th through 12th grade students on track to complete a program of study and earn an associated IBC will increase. And then, of course, our college applications. The percent of 12th grade students completing 3 or more college applications will also increase. So those are our GPMs for Goal 3. Now we're getting into Goal 4. Goal 4 is our first goal that was one of the ones selected by our Board of Trustees during our last workshop. Goal 4 is by the end of 9th grade, the percent of students that score meets grade level or above on a STAR English 1 EOC will increase from 40% to 50%. Just as a reminder, our EOCs as well as our other grade levels and around our ELR has impact with our short answer responses and our open-ended responses as well. Our progress measures are very similar than what you saw, as you saw with our third grade assessments, 6-week assessments, benchmarks, as well as, here's the difference, our extended constructed responses. The percent of 6th through 9th grade students that score a 0 on the extended constructed responses on their relevant grade level assessment will decrease. This is very important as we dug into our data from the last school year, as well as the year before that, of how many of our students did not even attempt the ECR, as well as the lack of a writing curriculum embedded into our framework. Goal 5. By the end of 9th grade, the percent of students that score meets grade level or above on a STAR Algebra 1 EOC will increase from 27% to 46% by 2030. We know Algebra 1 EOC, passing that is a requirement, not only for graduation, but is also a predictor for college readiness. Here are your progress measures for our 6-week assessment. The percent of 9th grade students that score meets grade level or above on a math 6-week assessments will increase. The percentage of 7th through 9th grade students that score meets grade level or above on an Algebra 1 benchmark will increase. And then we're looking specifically at grade 8 algebra. The percent of our 6th through 8th grade students enrolled in Algebra 1 and are on track to meet grade level or above on the Algebra 1 EOC will increase. And this is very important to us that we give access to all of our students in Fort Worth ISD to be enrolled with the possibility of algebra in our middle schools. And that's the end of our goals for this evening. We have identified 5 goals, Mr. Mackey.
Yep, and just to remind the board, I know we've all slept since last month, and I'm going to ask one more question of you, Dr. Molinar. When we last left, so the 5 goals that this board came to at a high level were 3rd grade reading and 3rd grade math, and then we also knew that reading and math were critical to look at the upper grade levels as well, so we went with EOC English 1 and Algebra 1. And then there is HB 3 require CCMR, but this board had about 4 different types and ways to measure CCMR and recommended to the superintendent and her team to come up with the most meaningful measure, which what they did was identified CCMR outcomes bonus funding. So my 2 questions before we just turn it over to the board for discussion. Dr. Molinar, will you first explain, just make sure everyone knows what CCMR outcomes bonus funding, what is the actual measure, like what is it measuring?
Sure. Let me go back to that goal 3. So when we talk about outcome goals bonus, we do receive funding for the percentage of students that are what we call CCMR ready, that meet the criteria. What's important about that is we do get funding if they meet that criteria. For us, this is not about the money. However, when you're looking at the additional resources that you need to put into our students to make sure they are CCMR ready and they're identified and they're able to graduate CCMR, the outcome bonuses matter when the criteria is met. How they meet that CCMR readiness. Also, this is including our special ed education students in this measure as well. And then, of course, the funding will drive us to be able to put additional resources in place for our high school students. But this keeps them on track from our 9th grade all the way into our 12th grade to make sure they are college and career ready. And that when you see those GPMs that we chose, and let me go back here, when we look at not only being college ready through the standard of an assessment, but we want to increase how many of our students have an industry-based certification. That is very important to us. Whether our students decide to go to college or not attend college, a 2-year or a 4-year, we want them to graduate as many as they can with a certification to make sure they're ready to go into the workforce. And then, of course, it's very important that we expose our students to the ability to go maybe to a 2-year college or straight to a 4-year college by completing those college applications of 3 or more. We do not want to just measure one college application, A1 or done. We want more for our students to give them more options as well. The outcome bonuses that we would receive through funding would also help us with our support staff. Those of you know we have a lot of our T3 counselors on our high school campuses. And then how are we utilizing our college and career readiness support staff, and how can we help fund them to make sure our students are ready?
Thank you. And just to be very specific, what outcomes bonus funding means, it's the percentage of students who graduate having passed both English and math in TSI, meaning they can now enroll in college courses without remediation, and either enroll in college or earn an IBC.
Yeah.
So it's a higher bar than the accountability system. And I will say, just separately, being involved in paying attention to what's happening in the state accountability, CCMR is one that they have talked about changing a lot, is likely to undergo a lot of changes. But in every iteration that I have seen from the state, while they might change all of which credentials and this matters, and they might change all of this, essentially what we've seen in every single draft that the state has put out is that if students are meeting this, they will count you for your credit in no matter what system the state moves forward. So it is definitely a more rigorous one. But I just wanted to make sure people understood exactly how that was calculated. It's not just a bonus. It is percentage of students who test so they can go to college without remediation and either go to college or have an IBC. The last area that I want you to kind of dive into a little bit more is, I know where we last left it, the board had a conversation around specifically focusing on economically disadvantaged students in 3rd grade math and English, because that is the highest need population and the largest population in Fort Worth ISD. I know you and your team, Dr. Molinar, went back and forth a lot about this and you brought back a recommendation to change that to all. Can you talk about why and how that will still show up if the board chooses to move in that direction?
Yes, when we pulled the data around, we actually will be utilizing all of our subgroups and adding in economically disadvantaged students into that subgroup to pull that information separately. So what we have identified for our subgroups that all of our data will be shown to you is African American, Hispanic, white, special education, economically disadvantaged, as well as our emergent bilingual and our EL students. So we'll be adding that into our data, but what we did see is that when you look at the students and you're pulling them out, are economically disadvantaged, they're hitting more than one subgroup. It's definitely an area of need. If we concentrate on all of the students, then we will be rising all of those students and increasing them to at MEET's grade level. But we will be sharing that data out on those trackers and adding that into an actual subgroup so you can see that identification.
And that's a great point. Once the board is off and running, monitoring these monthly, essentially no matter what these goals are, whether this is 3rd grade students or if it's CCMR, you should expect to see disaggregations in all of these different ways, whether it's by race, socioeconomic status, et cetera. grade level. There's a couple of those that are like 6th through 8th grade, so you would expect to see the differences between each of those grade levels, et cetera. So under each one of these would be those disaggregations that you would see. But with that, I'm going to open up to the board, and the 2 questions for the board to consider are, do you have any questions or feedback about the goals themselves, the targets, the language of the goals, or do those match what the discussion was? And then, if you have questions about the progress measures, feel free. The question and lens at which we're looking at progress measures are they a reasonable interpretation of the goal, or do we see something missing? So with that, I'll turn it over to the board, and I'll call on people that have questions, and we'll have a conversation here. Dr. Rodriguez, and then Mr. Lynch after that.
Yeah, on all of the GPMs, it says they will increase or decrease, but do we need to know a percentage? Because you can meet all the GPMs if just a few students increase, but you missed the goal because it's not by the 3%, 4%, 5%. So I was just wondering if we need to be more specific on increase by a certain percentage.
You want me to answer? Okay. So just as a reminder, our GPMs, we're looking at our baseline targets this year. When we look at our 6-week assessments, this is a new one for us. We know our MAP growth, and we're looking at our percent of our K through 3. We will set targets for all of these as well, but GPMs, that we went through our training, they are supposed to be where we're able to look and be able to adapt and move as well. Yeah. But of course, if we don't set those rigorous targets to make sure what we're measuring is tracking us to those outcomes, that's what we really are looking at. There is an alignment. We know there's alignment to MAP. We've shown that in various reports through the superintendent report over the years past. Benchmarks, we are committed to not rating our own benchmarks. We're using those that are state released. So those were also approved by the state. iReady has been used in districts like Dallas and other districts who are not using MAP. They're using iReady to look at their norm reference testing and their projections. This is just a new year for us for iReady, and until we're able to implement it, it's really would not, for us, it was like an add it and to make sure that we're also being able to use a tool and a resource and implement it to see if we see the projections as well as other districts have.
In short, yes, you will, for all of these progress measures, they will be just as specific. They will go from 28% to 43%, and here's our 5-year targets. But there's no sense in doing that until the board is like, okay, these seem to make sense and align with our goal. But yes, you will absolutely have those specific targets. Trustee Lynch, followed by Trustee Phillips.
Yes, thank you. I just had a question, kind of where we set the targets for goal 4 and 5. Can you kind of speak to how we decided the growth targets and the ending targets for English 1 EOC and then also Algebra 1 EOC?
Sure. So that was done as similar as we did with looking at the state. We not only looked at the state, but other urban districts who have like demographics and how many percentage points they were able to close the gap with the state. It's what our goal is, to close the gap and surpass the state. We looked at 2023. Fort Worth ISD with our English 1 was at 40%. The state was at 52%, so that was a 12 percentage point. 41% last year, 52%, so we only grew 1 percentage point. And then the state actually dropped this year to 49%, and our district dropped to 40%. We have not had a writing curriculum in place. We have not had a standard of what is our curriculum framework expectations around EOC. Something that we're implementing this year. And then actually our teachers who participate in professional development on Friday got our first taste of our new writing curriculum. And then we also have trainings scheduled, and that's where Mr. Chowdhury is right now, meeting with them for our principals on this Thursday. So we know this is our implementation year of really putting writing in place for our students. And then when you look at that one GPM, of even making sure our students in grades 6 through 9 to prepare them, because this isn't a English 1 freshman issue. This is an issue that starts from K through 5 in reality, and then goes through 6 through 8 of not having structured writing in place and having that writing process. So we know that's something we have to put in place in our district and put it in there systemically. And that's why we added in 6 through 9 in that GPM, where we're looking how are our students scoring on those extended constructed response. That's another way for us to monitor how are they attempting to respond to that state constructed response question.
Okay.
And then very similar to the Algebra 1 as well, when you look at, and I have our state scores here, as a state, they were at 43% last year. We were only at 24% in Fort Worth ISD. So when you look at a 19% difference, closing that gap percentage points, when you meet you start chipping away to 2%, 3%, those are big gains for a system. And even the state went from a 43 to a 45, that was only 2%. So for a system our large to be able to say we're going to grow 19 points to close that gap would not be a reasonable target until we put those structures in place. But we did adopt Bluebonnet Math this year, which is in our elementary as well as our middle school. And then, of course, how we're pushing our students, our high achieving students, as well as our on grade level students into more rigorous math instruction. One of our and we've talked about middle school campuses a lot for literacy as well as in math. We have a math crisis in middle school. We also, of course, are double blocking from 45 minutes to 90 minutes. So putting all of these inputs in place will definitely impact our outputs and then our outcomes of our goal. But we know those things do not happen in 1 year.
Okay. I had one other question. If that's,
Go ahead.
So for the progress measure that says MAP growth, grade 3, the percent of K through 3 students that meet or exceed, I assume that the kids in K1 and 2 are not taking the grade 3, correct?
So they do take MAP growth in K through 3. So that's why we have them the 6-week assessments. We are looking at just the third grade students at meets and grade level. And then, of course, iReady is where we added back in the K through 3, but benchmarks are not taken by our K through 2 students. That is correct.
If I may, I think what you were asking is around the kindergarten students are not taking third grade assessments. Is that correct?
Just the way it's written here, it says MAP growth, grade 3. I guess that's my question. If we've got the percent of
I
K
got
through
you.
3 students.
So we can map, I think we talked about that the other day. We can put in MAP growth grades K through 3. But because we're going to be looking at the percent of all K through 3 students that are at meets or exceeds a grade level norm on our math assessment.
Okay, so that would just say K through 3, I guess?
The verbiage, yes.
That makes sense.
Okay, all right, that's
Definitely.
it. All right, thank you.
Thank you. And I want to go back on some unsolicited, maybe solicited advice. One thing that I appreciated your first question, asking about the targets. And if you go to goal 4, I think goal 4 has a growth from 40% to 50%, so 10 percentage point growth. Goal 5, if you go to goal 5, is 27 to 46, so a 19% growth. And my first reaction as a trustee might be like, well, why are we only growing 10 points there, but 19 points over here? And I would say, and I think what you might have heard in Dr. Molinar's answer is, we have a bigger crisis over here to focus on as opposed to English. We still know that's a priority. And I would be personally very skeptical of a superintendent that said we're going to grow 10% in every single goal. And so to see the kind of nuance as to why, and that you were able to tease out in that question, I think gives you a better ability to have a discussion around those. Some might be smaller growth, some might be larger growth, and that's because we're focusing on areas where we have higher needs. So thank you for illustrating that with that question. Trustee Phillips, followed by Trustee Dar.
Thank you. Yeah, lots of questions, in the sense of just wanting to understand, and I don't fully understand all of, not to any fault of y'all, great job, Dr. Molinar, and boy, because these are the goals that we constructed together as a board as we were doing everything, so I'm understanding the origin and everything, and in agreement with pretty much all five. I mean, definitely all five, but again, I'll kind of get into that. I guess the first question aspect of it is, what holds us back from being even more aggressive, right? And I know that there are things, but I guess I just want to parse that out more because, again, just on the surface level, we're talking about by 2030 that we have half of our students reaching, like I said, depending on the goal, but pretty much half of our students on all the things will be where they need to be 4 or 5 years from now. So on a surface level, that doesn't sound very fun. I understand that there's nuance kind of to your point a moment ago as far as how those things work out. So if you could just parse out a little bit more about what would make us not say that we can't have 95% by this or 100% by this time period.
Yeah, sure. So I'll go back to our discussion last weekend before last of SMART goals. And you have to have a reason of how do you formulate your goal, and there's statistics behind it, and really looking at even the state. So if the state is not reaching or surpassing and other urbans aren't, when you're looking at how long and how fast it can take to move the amount of your denominator, the amount of our students, percentage points makes a difference. And when you look at our accountability system, you're looking at the 3 domains that we are held responsible to, and that is, of course, the student achievement. So this is really looking at the student achievement, just our students at meeting grade level or above, and I'm using goal 5 because it's still up here, goal 5. So we're really looking at that student achievement level for just. And it's also how are the students progressing through the system by rebuilding in a foundation that has been missing in a system for that. I mean, it's definitely not, and I've been here for years and we've had this discussion before, you always want to say 100%, and we had a goal of 100 by 25, every student would be on grade level. And we didn't meet that goal or come close to that goal, but I think it goes back to the 2 days that we talked about putting your resources. If we want to say algebra, we want 90% of our students, then we have to say every resource, all of our financial resources, our staffing, and everything has to go into that one thing. So it's also this balancing. What can you put in the input for a system, and what resources do we also have to be able to balance to get those outcomes?
I would add for a high level, and then feel free to, because ultimately that number, 46%, that's the board's to own. So if the board wants to make it 60, 70, 80, that's on the board to determine to do. I'd just give you a couple parameters to think about there. The first one is that systems matter, especially in large systems. It takes time to build capacity to really achieve that. If it was as easy to do in a year, you'd see a lot more districts doing it. So it does take time to build that capacity and the systems in place to do that. The second thing is whatever this board sets, expect it to cascade through the system, and expect every single teacher to be held accountable to that. If we say 95%, the 95% is effective and proficient on your teacher scale. And if it happens that we kind of move in that direction, if the board's okay with making that determination that we're going to really drive that, expect it to cascade through the system, because it doesn't just stop at Dr. Molinar. The third is that, as we know well from our state, is resources are finite, and finances, we don't have unlimited money, and it does cost money to educate students really well. And I know a lot of school systems are dealing with budget shortfalls and trying to determine how to spend their funds most effectively. So the real answer to why I think this, at my personal heart, the real reason why this aren't 95% in any district that I've seen is because we don't have all the resources we need to do that on a short turnaround. But ultimately, it's the board's decision. And so if the board wants to move these up, it should do so. I think the next conversation that would happen would be, then what are we willing to sacrifice to get this? I've never met a superintendent that doesn't want their numbers to be higher, but they balance where our actual targets are that are rigorous and attainable with what we think we can feasibly do. If a board wants to move them up, there must be a commensurate amount of sacrifice. So which extracurriculars are we willing to sacrifice? Which core classes can I have larger class size ratios in so I can focus them over here? At the end of the day, everything comes down to the resources we can put to that. And so the higher we raise these targets, expect sacrifice commensurate with raising those targets. It's just a balanced game in that. And unfortunately, no school system I know of has unlimited funds to be able to do that as a way that would be perfect. So I think those are just some of the things that your superintendent's gonna have to struggle with. And I think that'll be a conversation, but it's a viable conversation to say, well, maybe one of these is not, maybe we do want to place a bigger emphasis on reading. So we do want to notch these up a little bit. That's a viable conversation to say, all right, superintendent, then what's that going to take? What's that sacrifice going to look like that we might have to come back on the other side? So just some things to consider, but ultimately this is the board's choice.
No, and I appreciate that. And I feel like, so there's warring concepts within that for me though, right? Because when we talk about just I as a person, like I would absolutely want to ratchet those numbers up out of a belief that I do feel like we can do better for students and we can get more students to the place they need to be, right? That's a personal philosophy, right, and expectation versus a board member with a board in tow holding a superintendent accountable to numbers. I agree. I can agree with these numbers in the sense of if this is going to be the evaluative measure that we're using for you, this is basically saying that year over year we're getting percentage points raised and we're on a proper trajectory and our students are growing and we are cascading toward that number. So if you're hitting these targets as a superintendent, I mean, we're doing outstanding. So it makes sense in that sense. So, but those are two completely different things, right? Because I do think these numbers can be ratcheted up. I think that most people in the community would think so as well. But in the realistic aspect of things, much like you talk about in comparison to the state and in comparison to other districts, if we're doing these numbers and actually hitting these targets along the way, we're rocking and rolling. I mean, we are in almost in some ways revolutionizing education, as sad as that is too, just to even get to half of that point. So that can be a different conversation, but that is a warring. That, like, again, it's two different things going on there simultaneously, I would think, right? So with that though, how will our goals translate as far as, so right now we're talking about STAR. We're talking about those things, like we're about to get a new iteration of what testing looks like moving forward in the next year. So what does the translation look like? If we set in these goals now and say, okay, 5 years, we're gonna hit these according to this, but then there's a different model that we have altogether that we're looking at. How are we able to stay consistent to the goals that we're setting out this time with new measurement tools that we haven't even got to partake in as of yet?
So they have not written the rules for the new assessment.
Right.
However, for us, it's believe in the systems we are putting in place and the structure and the foundations, and knowing that the measurements and the outcomes are based on STAR. But that's why you see the GPMs. We put in the iReady and we put in the MAP, which looks like will be part of the new assessment. That maybe not utilizing those assessments, but those formats of looking at growth. So we're actually preparing ourselves by doing MAP as well as iReady as our GPMs to really test if there's alignment to those projections to it. And then once we know what the written new rules are and what the new assessment looks like, then if we need to go back and look at different GPMs to see if we're gonna hit those goals, then that's what we need to do. But for us, it's not slowing down and waiting to see what a new assessment looks like. And that's something historically you see around the state is when a new assessment's put in place, there is usually a drop with the state. However, we want to believe that hearing what legislation put out, that we are trying to already align our system in Fort Worth ISD to meet the new assessment.
No, I like that. And that's what I believe we have to do as a board as far as our accountability as that new information presents itself, that we are able to pivot well, transparently, right? And be like, okay, now that we have this new information, let's set forward what that needs to look like for us. So we don't look 2-3 years down the road and we're like, oh yeah, but we were talking about this, not that, and now we're jumbled on numbers, things of that nature. So, what are the chances that a young person, and this is even with the current model we have, or even as we move forward with goals, because we're talking about the correlation, and we've kind of had these conversations before about like, what are we really looking at to be able to say, are we really getting the results we really want to get? How are we making these things translate? So with it, what are the chances that a young person is hitting our benchmarks that are set out and yet still not do good when it comes to the state exams? Like, what does that look like?
Well, we always have to remind ourselves that our state exams are one day. So when we're looking at our GPMs, that's where we have to commit ourselves that we believe that on that one day they're giving us the best that they have in them, and that we have chosen the GPMs that are most aligned to the STAR test. And that's where we not only chose what GPMs we have in our district, but we looked beforehand of what other successful urban districts are doing, as well as suburban districts, and some of the GPMs that they have chosen. And that's why you see the addition to the iReady. We knew last year when we had Lexia in place and some other resources, we were monitoring compliance and not necessarily working with a student on level at their own pace and seeing how they changed on their diagnostic. We know just recently when you use iReady, you have to do a refresh where you have a student take the diagnostic again early on in that second semester to really make it meaningful for them to continue on with that support. So we really believe that we have identified the GPMs that are aligned to what you're even saying is that one day on STAR, which is very difficult for our students. And there's other things that aren't listed on here because we are, limited to how many GPMs. But that's when I've showed you other reports of monitoring accountability. How are we looking at our walkthroughs of our administrators, our DOL, when we look at attendance, chronic absenteeism, when we look at mobility rate, when we look at grades. That's why we're looking and piloting standard-based report cards for our lower grade levels. It's really a combination of looking at all those things. Just because it's not listed here, it's the whole child.
I love that. Absolutely. And so that begets another question from that, and because I do love that. How formulaic can we get on that? And that's a big ask. And we talking about, like you said, it's a whole lot of inputs. But how do we really do that assessment of a whole child to see where we're starting to get those common denominators as to why one may not be successful in those? You know what I mean? Because we have the things that we think about anecdotally. We have some research behind it, but we think about it, if a child's not eating, if they're not getting to school on time, if they're not getting enough rest at night, like there's a lot of things that we can know that, hey, children need these particular types of environments, students need these environments in order to be successful in the classroom. But how can we really take a holistic look, like you're talking about with some of the measures you're talking about? Because yes, we can fill out a whole book at that point, and we can't measure all of that per se, but is there a way to get that holistic picture to where we can begin to pinpoint those things that are keeping any particular child from reaching those goals?
Well, our special education students have that holistic picture through their IEP, their individual educational plan. And how we're tracking that, there's that second level that is required by the state, Hospital 4545, when the student who is not meeting grade level have to have documented interventions outside that Tier 1 instruction. You saw our public comment speaker, that was one of the topics about having to monitor. It used to be called response to intervention. That's now called MTSS. It is looking at that whole child. It's documenting those interventions. It's looking at, you'll see on the superintendent constraint and guardrails that you have focused and identified on, making sure that the teachers in front of that child are also performing and have shown data that they can grow students and they're effective teachers in addition to that. We go back to not only attendance, we look at also, discipline rates. We look at the leader on that campus in addition to that. And so there is looking at it as a whole picture, and those are all of the other things that we monitor. But that does take documentation. That's that push and pull of the compliance piece, the documentation that we get a lot of pushback on, how much we're asking of the document. But when you want to look at a whole child, and all of us go into a doctor's office and we spend the first 15 minutes updating our own personal charts. And then we spend the next 15 minutes answering the questions from the chart, we just document it, but from our physicians. But they're trying to look at us as a whole patient as well, and that takes time. And that takes also partnership with our parents. And that's what we're really trying to increase with our parent-student conferences, of taking that time when they come into the school and saying, what are we missing here? Yeah. And it really is a science, and we have a physician on our dais here. They can probably tell you that it is a science. It is looking at the child as a whole, and it changes all the time. One single thing can change. A two-parent household splitting up to one. Absolutely. A grandparent passing away that there was their stakeholder. All of that can, a new change of address that's out of their control. But those are things we work towards. We have food pantries now. We're doing everything we can to treat them to be ready as a whole child to receive instruction.
Indeed. No, I appreciate that. A few more, and then I'll pass the ball here, and because some of those are philosophical conversations we can have outside of the goals. I got you, Ben. So, I guess quickly the raw number. So we see the percentages of what this looks like from time to time. Can we also get the actual number of students that is?
Definitely. That is something we can definitely add into our monitoring reports, and that's something, actually, a conversation we had today, actually Ms. Tennant and I had today, when we're even starting to do communication, sound bites and pieces. I'm tired of talking about A through F. I want to talk about the number of students. We have 10,000 less students sitting on an F-rated campus this year.
Yes.
10,000.
Yes.
That's huge.
That is huge.
But I still have students sitting on 11 amp.
No, absolutely.
So that's too many.
Yes.
So it's how do we transition and putting numbers to it, and we're happy to add those into all of our monitoring reports as well.
Yeah, and in no way meaning that as a gotcha at all, but I think that, again, the board accountability piece, allowing us to be able to see that. I think it's motivational for us to see how many students that are moving or not moving, for us to really know what we're working for and with, right?
You'll hear principals tell us in their, we call them radar meetings, that our low-performing campuses come and present with us and to us, that the one big game changer for them is putting a student name to the data and a student face and asking, why not him?
Indeed.
Why not her?
Yeah. And so on the math target, on the goal 2, in the percentages, from 26 to 27, we have a 2% jump, then we go to 4. And then it's 3 and then 4, and I kind of get to 3. We're trying to level out at 50, so that's why it's not 4, 4, 4, I guess. Can we talk about what is that, what makes the leap there? I would think, of course, consistency, right, and there's implementation at that point in time. But yeah, how do we get to that point, and how do we keep that growth consistent? Because as we're talking about aggression, 4% of anything is aggressive when we talk about the numbers we talk about. So yeah, what's that jump, and then how do we get consistent from that point forward?
Mm-hmm. So in 23, we went from a 29% to 30%. We only went 1 percentage point from 23 to 24. And the state actually went down 3 percentage points, and we grew. This past year, we went from a 30 to a 35, so we grew that 5 percentage points, and the state grew 4. So definitely some movement there. And we're a high denominator for the state. We're a large urban district, so we help move that. And so when we look at those, we look at, once again, a new curriculum that we have put in place, as well as a new curriculum framework and IPC. But we do believe that we can push those percentage points, and you'll see we get more aggressive as we go from 29 to 30, where we're looking at that 4 percentage gains. So you'll see our targets where we start to get aggressive towards the end, because that's where we know the foundation's in place. Those are the students for that third grade, when you're looking at 29, that have had a solid K through 2 experience with a new math curriculum, as well as a new expectations, and just monitoring tools. So we know that's where the foundation really starts to be able to accelerate that. And, you know, it's always our hope and that we have to move these targets and increase them because we've already met them. And we've already done that with our priority one, our strategic plan this year. When we go back and we review those targets, some of those we've already met and surpassed.
Okay. And then I guess a final section here that I have is the CCMR aspect. And Ben, you kind of began trying to add some clarity to that, but it's still somewhat confusing there in the sense of, as far as our CCMR numbers now. I guess per last conversation or recent conversation, it seemed like we're actually doing good in that area as far as, or is that a bad assessment to say we have?
No,
Yeah.
we were doing okay
Okay,
in a part of that area. But our students were still, they were dependent on, we were dependent, I don't want to say I on this, but we were dependent on one portion of Domain 3 for CCMR for our high schools.
Yeah.
And that was to take that TSI test and pass it. And that means that
Okay.
kids have the ability to take it, to
Sure.
be able to be considered college ready. They're not college ready. They took the test.
Yeah.
They still go into remediation. This goal that we have here is to percent of graduates that have to meet the outcome bonuses. This means they have to double hit it to meet it.
okay.
That means that they don't have to go in needing remediation classes. That one, it's hard for a student who's graduated to go sit in a class and have to go back and take an algebra or take an
Yeah.
English 1. You know, because we're saying they were CCMR. That was how it was designed. It's changing for CCMR. When you look at the outcome bonuses, it makes it very also competitive for us. We had students going through programs, our programs, in our high schools, the entire 4 years, and never given the opportunity to test for that certification because adults chose that for them. That is not allowed anymore. And that's why you see a very aggressive goal and target from 19 to 47. This is one that people are going to look at as like, we are crazy. But this has to be done to make sure they can graduate and that they are ready to go out in that workforce. And because adults chose not to give them these pathways.
Indeed. So I appreciate that. I will say, so this is the one where I will have just a tweak of pushback on, because it says the increase of college applications.
That is one that is measured with all of our urban districts across the state. That is, one of the measurements is college applications. And that is also our lagging data of how our students, how many of them actually get into college.
Yeah.
That's just a GPM.
Okay,
You
because
know.
I would much rather see that be admission, like that you actually got.
And let me pause for a second. Where we're at on the progress measures, superintendent's got to be looking at data in real time,
Yeah.
fully owned by her and the team to understand what's happening in real time. Now, you're right to understand the purpose of college applications is because it's a leading indicator on kids getting
Sure.
admitted, and then ideally enrolling is really what you're targeting.
Yeah.
Because your goal is that. And it's fine to understand that, but at the end of the day, it's going to be superintendent is going to need to look at data real time.
Yeah.
And if college applications are a true leading indicator of that, which you'll know after the first year, you should be able to see, okay, did our college applications go up and was it a good benchmark for like admissions or otherwise? There's so many other data variability, et cetera. But again, the purpose tonight is not to say we would rather see different progress measures, but it is to understand how college applications does correlate with outcomes bonus funding. That is what part of what we should be doing is.
Yeah, and the application part I can understand, and The more applications filled out, the more acceptance opportunities we have. But I will say, so in an example of Young Women's Leadership Academy, one of the things that are so beautiful there is the percentage of college admissions these young ladies get. Not just that they fill out applications, but they actually get accepted to 2-year, 4-year universities. And again, whether they enroll or not, which they do, but I'm saying if they did or not, again, that's a choice at that point. But we have prepared you and we have gotten you to the point to where you have the opportunity for college. Now you will choose whatever path that looks like for you. You see what I mean?
Well, because of our partnership with TCC, we can say our students can be definitely accepted into a community college. But I don't want
Okay.
my students to be accepted in community
Yes.
college and then have to take remedial courses for their first year.
Got you. But I guess I also don't want our students to fill out an application to UTA, UNT, and TCU and go 0 for 3, but we made them fill out more applications. You see what I mean? Like, that we
Okay.
didn't get them there still, right? You know, that's the part, I guess, the tweak there.
Thank you. All right, we'll move on to Trustee Dar, followed by Trustee Lubanos. And Dr. Ryan, I didn't forget about you. If you do have a question, I'll come to you after Trustee Lubanos, but if you are good, then we can carry on. Trustee Dar.
Thank you. On slide 2, you mentioned that the state's goal for early childhood literacy is 52%. I missed the year. By what year was that?
The state's goal, let me get back, I think that was 2025. Yes, so the state's goal by 2025 was 52%.
Okay, so that would have been the test scores from this past year, correct?
Correct, yes. We took the last 3 years' historical data, so their goal was at 52. We came in at 38%.
Okay. And same question.
We went
well,
up 6 percentage points.
Okay, with staying with goal 1, knowing that our primary focus is improving student outcomes, one of the initiatives that the state has in place in order to ensure that the best teachers are in front of our students is TIA. Are these 4 progress measures, is that connected to, or is that how TIA is being evaluated as well?
TIA, one of their measurements for a teacher to be designated for TIA is growth, and we utilize MAP for that.
So only the MAP is utilized for that?
It's one of the criteria.
Okay. And then the benchmark here, I inferred that's what's being released by TEA for the 26-27 school year, correct?
The
new-
MAP testing is a norm reference.
No, not the MAP. The benchmark,
The benchmark are released by the state, and we utilize those that are
Currently?
released. They release them, it's usually a year or 2 behind.
Okay.
They do the field questions and they release it, so we're not using a 2020 release star. It's their most
Right.
recent ones, yes.
but beginning in the 2026-27 school year, there will be the beginning of the year, the middle of the year, and the end of the year evaluations, correct?
No,
By the star?
the new assessment does not go into effect until 27, 28.
Okay, thank you. I was a
Yeah.
year ahead of me of the game. Thank you. With the CCMR, this question actually is a result of a comment that you just made in response to one of Trustee Phillips' questions, and that was that adults chose for kids to not take the tests. Is there a why for that? What would be the motivation for adults to choose that for students?
So I would say the why is very dependent on narrative, and we had some that did not believe our students would be able to pass them and did not believe that that was something they would be interested in actually pursuing afterwards. Those are some of the comments we got. And it was not being monitored or enforced, and now it is.
Okay, thank you. And then on the algebra, goal 5. So we're looking at, the way the goal is written, it says by the end of 9th grade. So that would be any student, regardless of whether or not they took algebra in 9th grade or in 8th grade or in 7th grade.
Correct.
So any student by the end of ninth grade. So when we look at the, sorry, so many papers. When we look at that percentage by 2030 of 46%, that is of, I just want to make sure I understand how it's being measured. Is that looking at all of the ninth graders
One-time
that
test,
year?
first-time testers.
So this
Whether they
is
took it
any
in
kid-
seventh or
okay.
eighth grade or ninth grade, they only count one time.
Right.
One-time testers.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this score of 46% is from any student in Fort Worth ISD that takes the Algebra 1 EOC that year.
That year. And so next year would be any student enrolled and takes a Algebra 1 EOC in 2026 would be counted in that 30%.
Okay, so if they took it in seventh grade, then they, all
Because it counts
Yeah.
for them as
Okay.
the completion for EOC. Yes.
right. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure I knew
Yeah,
how
no,
that was being.
that's a great question.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry.
That's all.
I don't just for clarity, so if a kid takes it in seventh grade this year, 2026, will they count with the class of 2026 data, or will they wait until they are ninth grade and they're finishing ninth grade, and then they count with their class as they go?
They'll count for the 26 when they take the test.
Gotcha. Okay, so this is the percentage. One tweak to be, if we go back, would be the percentage of first-time Algebra 1 test takers as opposed to by the end of ninth grade, because it might be the end of seventh grade for certain
First-time
students.
takers,
So we might be
yes.
able to
We can
tweak
do that instead. We did want to include retesters where we were looking at 10th, 11th, 12th graders who retested multiple times. We're looking at first-time Algebra 1 as well as, and this is the same thing for English.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I appreciate the clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Lubanos?
Thank you. She asked my questions. But on that goal 5, so do we have any students right now taking the sixth grade Algebra 1? So on grade 8 Algebra at the bottom, it says the percent of 6th through 8th grade students enrolled in Algebra 1 and track to meet grade level. So do you have any students right now taking,
I don't have individual numbers for that right now. I would have to get you those.
so we have some numbers?
So we have some where have some pilots that we are doing accelerated math, where we are doing acceleration for some campuses, yes.
So is right now the goal of the state at 46%?
The goal is for algebra. Um, 2030 is at 46%. Oh, no, wait, that's my wrong. I'm looking at my goals here, sorry. I have lots of papers as well. The state for algebra right now is at 45%, and we were at 27 for algebra. And we were at 24 last year, so we only went up 3%.
So we're doing all these things to have a big increase of 19% from now until 2030.
Yes.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Ryan, I want to give you the opportunity if you have any questions. If not, you can feel free to wave, and we'll carry on.
Well, let's try this. I guess the question I've got, everybody's asked some really good questions in here. I want to go back to CCMR. Do we have indicators for the kids that are going directly out of school into the military? Is there a way maybe to, through the kids, especially that are in JROTC, for the instructors to sit there and do a follow-up to see which one of those kids went straight from school into a military job?
I mean, we do have that data that we usually share. You know, we're looking at the clearinghouse for the lagging data that doesn't come out. I believe it's sometime this month, late this month. So we did not want to use that for a GPM. It's also a one-time, and it's lagging data that wouldn't be able to show if we were progressing to meet and align to our outcome. But we, actually, you'll see some of that data on October the 28th, but it would not meet the criteria for a GPM to show that alignment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ryan. Let's go with Trustee Martinez, and then Trustee Jackson.
Dr. Mulliner, at our last workshop, I heard several board members say that they would like to focus on African-American literacy rates. And I know that we will get the information disaggregated, we get that data, but how do these GPMs address our focus on African-American students?
So all of our GPMs will also have targets that we will show with all our subgroups. And just as a reminder, we'll show the data broken down by African American, Hispanic, white, special education, economically disadvantaged, emergent bilingual, and EL. So the GPMs that have targets will also show those by each of those subgroups as well. And they'll have targets.
They'll have targets.
Sorry.
Thank you.
All right. Trustee Jackson?
Thank you, Coach Mackey. Everybody's had great questions. Dr. Molinar, great presentation. This all brings me to the people that deliver instruction. And first, I know that you've started hiring talent earlier. And there's a plan in place to continue that. Is that correct?
That is correct. Actually, we will be sharing with you our timeline for our resource campus reapply, where we will be going out and already have identified and recruitment strategies for those identified resource campuses.
So then that brings me to hiring proven performers. And how are we going to attract really good talent, proven performers to our district?
So I believe that's under one of the guardrails and constraints of how we will retain and recruit, that we will have to deliver and do that. I think everyone wants to be part of a winning team. And I think Fort Worth ISD is on the trajectory of being a winning school district, not only in urban setting, but then also around this metroplex. I think the initiatives we're putting in place, the support we're putting in place is getting a lot of attention. The celebrations, the emails we get, we still have a long way to go. We're listening to the concerns and we're hearing the feedback, but it's also compensation. Those are things that we've got to look at as a district. How do we maintain that competitive compensation rate? But we are recently through Rev Partnership, we had a meeting with all the other Tarrant County superintendents, and the amount of TIA teachers are in the single digits in compared to where we're at. So we can recruit the talent, but it's also having the supports in place for those teachers. People also follow leaders. People work for good leadership. So when we can recruit and we put the best leaders on our campuses, teachers want to come and work for those best leaders as well.
I agree, and thank you. And I just want to brag a bit. We kept 95% of our TIAs
teachers.
year over
Yes,
year.
we did.
So thank you. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Jackson. Trustee Bridges?
Thank you for all the great questions that everyone asked. I just have one very quick question. It was goal 1 in reference to the goals that we had made. How do we avoid the bumps and bruises with a new curriculum that we're taking on and still achieve some of our goals, please?
So that is really around a couple of things. I'll go back to the GPMs. It's not just about one curriculum, because if it was just a curriculum that we put in place, then across the state, everyone would be adopting that same curriculum. It's really putting those structures in place. One of the things, and I was going to share this with our principals on Thursday, one of the best testaments to our new curriculum framework was when high school teachers are hard to get any type of positivity out of change. And one of the best things, we had a teacher actually at Arlington Heights say, and came to us from a different district, said, how this curriculum is like a game changer, the structure of it, and just having, just knowing what to do, having the resources all together, but then shared the story how a student from OD Wyatt transferred into Heights and did not miss a beat. Oh, we were doing that at OD Wyatt. We were reading that same story. The structure was the same. We are not a suburban district. Our mobility rate is very high. When students move, just having the comfort of walking to a classroom and be able to see those same structures in place is a game changer for them. Their confidence level, their comfort level, and their ability to go ahead and immerse themselves in the engagement. I know that's a long answer to say it's really not just the curriculum. It's also when we're adopting this new curriculum next year, the Bluebonnet, the structures that we're currently writing and trying to put in place, and we have a lot of pushback about that because we're doing it. And sometimes it is not at the pace that the teachers want it 2-3 weeks behind. That's because we're having to do it because Amplify doesn't have it in place. So we're having to also take resources and money and now hire external writers to help us keep up with this. But you know what? Teachers are asking for it because they want it and they need it and they're relying on it now. And that is fantastic for us. So it's more than one thing. So are we going to have bumps? We're always going to have bumps because they're changed. But the worst thing we could have done is not do anything differently. If I would not have done anything differently or asked the staff to come up with something differently or listen to what the teachers were telling us, how hard it was to plan a lesson, and just kept it the same, then we would never even have these type of targets in front of us right now.
Thank you, Trustee Bridges. You good? Trustee Phillips.
Thank you. You spoke to it a little bit when you were answering Trustee Lynch's question, but I guess I just want to further clarify or reiterate the middle school component, because right now none of our goals incorporate the middle school aspects of things. And of course, we'll get other reports when it comes to things that, transportation or nutrition. I mean, it's not that because these are our goals, we won't hear about anything else. I definitely get that. But I guess I want to know, how will we continue to prioritize? I know the measures we're putting in place for middle school, but how will we continue to prioritize middle school with them not being a part of the 5 goals? And how will we and the community continue to hear about the progress that's happening? Because if we're doing our jobs correctly, they're going to hear about these goals, and these goals probably will measure all the time, like clockwork. How do we make sure that middle school is not lost in the sauce when it comes to us knowing about how that's progressing?
So when you look at our student goal 4, that's why you see where we have 6th through 9th as our progress measures in there. That's really important because we have to report out on those as well as in goal 5. So they will be reported out. Also, this board has been very gracious to allow us to identify ADSE campuses as well as resource campuses that have middle schools identified in those mixes. As part of a big initiatives, I'm required to report out on these goals and GPMs, but I am going to bring you more than that for data because that is where the alignment of our budget is also going, and middle schools are a part of that in addition to it. And when we're bookending our EOCs to our K and our 3rd grade, the middle schools are going to start to be impacted on both sides there because I'm responsible for growing my EOCs starting next year. So that means my 8th graders right now in middle schools and some of my 7th graders are going to impact my targets for next year. Yeah. So I have to keep my eye on my middle schools this year.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Lynch.
Yeah, just one clarifying question for goal 3. I imagine there's not state data around this goal currently?
For outcome bonuses, there is definitely where other districts, money they have come. And on October 28th, you're going to see some comparison of what some other districts have received in outcome bonuses. So there is some state. Just as an example, what do we leave on the, I don't even know if I want to say it out loud until Tuesday. Yeah.
Okay, so there is some data
There is
driving that,
state,
where the
yes.
numbers came from.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Mohammed, if you wouldn't mind coming to the mic, we want to be able to hear that well, please.
Sorry. That's probably the thing I'm most excited about this year. But basically, all of the graduates in the state of Texas generate outcomes bonus if they hit those metrics. And so we're part of something called the Urban Council, TUC. You may have heard us throw that out. So that's Dallas, Houston, Austin. And for the first time, the class of 2025 graduates as a collective generated more outcomes bonus than all of the state. So that was like a big milestone that we just celebrated. And so, yeah, we have that comparison data from district to district, as well as our graduates compared to the state. And I can bring that this month during that presentation.
Yeah, and I guess my question is more just trying to understand those targets, where that number came from. The other ones are better to
Yeah.
understand, I think, because this is a different way of looking at it.
Well, and that is really because we took the two different criteria to meet and to be able to be aggressive for our kids in both of those areas. For us, it was just not trying to meet the CCMR measurement for a domain 3. It was going beyond that and making sure that we were getting the outcome bonus, which is a more rigorous one.
Okay.
And I don't know if you want to say how we picked that target. People are telling us we went too high, but we're just a little competitive.
Yeah. So the state, it's not very high. Like the state's nowhere near, the state's in the 20s too right now.
Okay.
So this is a very bold and aggressive goal, but it is very much within doable and reach. And 5 years to get there is a stretch goal, and stretch we can make happen. It's not an impossible goal, but the state right now is in the 20% range. So we're basically benchmarking there. And like all of our goals, we want to exceed the state. So that's how we set that.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right.
And I'm tired of Muhammad texting me all night long, asking me for a more aggressive goal.
All right. So what will happen next is.
And I have one more question, sorry.
Oh, go ahead. Yep, sorry.
Just looking at goal 1 and goal 2 for those early grades, what do we plan, or how do we plan to address the test fatigue, not only for students, but for teachers as well?
Yeah. So, there's test fatigue, so we know MAP growth is something we need to do because that's going to be a reality 27, 28. And then also it's looking at the norm reference. Just a reminder that now we are norm referencing against Texas as we're going into this norm reference, which we're very excited about. Where we're using a different norming. Also, this is a new norm going into the school year that is post-COVID. So, that changes the game as well. And then, we get challenged all the time, like how do we know? How do they know they're going to make it? What's our projections? When we look at the 6 weeks test, we also are looking at stuff they've already covered. The benchmarks, like I said, the first benchmark, we're only testing them on things they have covered. It's also fatigue, but then we hear, how are you exposing them to the format? How are they knowing what the test looks like? And that was a question we were asked when we looked at our writing, and we saw some of our students not attempt those short responses, and are we exposing them to it? And then the iReady is not an assessment. The iReady is a tool and a resource for students to meet at their level. These are lessons at their level after they take the diagnostic in the first couple weeks. Then they're working on their level, and it does accelerate and get harder as they get better. And like I said, this is something they can use at home. They can use in their Fort Worth After School program, in their community centers. This is something they can do in the car on a road trip for Thanksgiving. So it's also a tool of on grade level ability to a resource, that these other ones are considered more assessments.
Any other questions on goals and the progress measures? All right, seeing none, we will move on to guardrails. I'm going to ask Dr. Molinar to do the same thing here, a brief overview of the language of the guardrails. You have a couple different options that we're going to ask the board to give some thoughts on. And then a high-level overview very quickly of the progress measures. The two questions that the board is thinking about here is, what's the language of the constraint or guardrail that is most aligned to our discussion and what we believe and we want to pay attention to? So there's going to be a couple like this first one. There's a couple different options. Well, I think I'll let you explain them. But there's different options. We're going to get your feedback on them.
So we have identified, there were 6. Some of them don't have the progress measures yet, the GPMs, since there were 6 that we were asked to explore.
Okay.
So option 1.
Let me pause before we go into option 1. So you're going to look at those. We're going to ask you for feedback on the actual options and which ones you prefer that most align with your vision or your values here. The second thing is about the progress measures. The question is, does the progress measures, for the ones that we have progress measures right now, are they reasonable interpretation? So are these 2 instances of TIA designated teachers and strategic compensation, is that a reasonable interpretation of employee effectiveness and retention? So that's the question that we're going to look at. This is going to be really hard, and you guys are not going to like me for this. You're going to get annoyed with me, I'm telling you now. I'm going to stop us whenever we get into how. Well, how are we retaining teachers? Well, how do we know that the DNF campuses are? If we get into the how, you're going to have lots of reports on this stuff all the time. This is just about getting the language to match what we want and have an idea of the progress measures, not to understand why this is going to lead to higher retention or whatnot. That comes later as we monitor them. So I'll be playing referee on that. Go ahead, Dr. Molinar.
So option 1 was around the superintendent will now allow the percentage of multi-year unacceptable campuses to increase. So when we look at somehow other districts are measuring, this is did you meet it or not meet it? Did you not allow the percentage of multi-year unacceptable campuses to increase? Option 2, the superintendent will now allow the percentage of D and F campuses to increase. The elimination, when you look at an F campus, it's a natural progression that many F campuses progress to a D and then maybe to a C or a B. So when we look at the percentages, did we meet it or not meet it? Some districts are saying do not allow any D or F campuses, but we even saw in our own data this year that we saw an increase of C campuses because of our Ds that moved to a C, and then our F campuses that some went straight to a C or a B and some had to go to an F as well. So those are ones that we also feel like when we meet or actually surpass where we don't have F campuses, we can come back and change that constraint in addition to that. The superintendent will not allow an increase in turnover of highly effective and qualified staff. Some progress measures we have identified would be TIA designated teachers. The percent of TIA designated teachers will remain above our current average. Our strategic compensation, the percentage of campus administration who are under a strategic compensation plan will increase. And we know those are 2 things that we've seen other urban districts put in place because it's employee effectiveness and retention of qualified staff. So we're looking at administration as well. As we stated before, teachers come to work for highly effective leaders in addition to that. Option 4 for constraints. You asked us to look at the superintendent will not allow the district to operate without a system design to recruit, employ, and develop and retain highly effective and qualified staff. So that is around strictly recruitment and employee retention, which is also one of the priorities we set for in our strategic plan. And then option 5, the superintendent will now allow the district to operate without implementing strategies to mitigate barriers to student engagement in extracurricular activities. And one progress measure we're looking at is the percentage of schools that offer extracurricular activities will not decrease. When we say do not decrease, of course, that means like how are we prioritizing funding? And then we know at our 6 through 12 campuses have more extracurricular offerings than our elementary campuses, but being able to establish a baseline of extracurricular offered on our elementary campuses and what formats those look like. And then, of course, what would be the impact of budget alignment to that constraint. And then option 6, the superintendent will now allow the district to operate without a budget process that allocates resources in alignment with the district's strategic priorities. And the progress measure could be the number of deficiencies and audit findings will not increase, as well as our first ratings. And that, of course, is the budget process of allocate resources. So a lot of the budget allocations will be around the goals and as well as the constraints of how many things we're concentrating on to meet these.
All right, so the questions are, we have 6 different options for constraints. The first 2 seem to be 2 different ways to slightly say roughly the same value that came out about no DNF campuses, et cetera. So Dr. Molinar and the team need a little direction on which of these are, yes, those are the right direction, and which ones maybe we don't need to focus on as much, or are these looking right here? And then the next iteration you'll see will actually have the progress measures linked to them. So with that, I'll open it up to the board. Trustee Dar?
Thank you. Can you define multi-year? How many years? What is multi-year? Is it 3 or more? Is it 2 or more? Is it?
We don't have that defined at
to be
this time.
determined?
Yeah, we do not have it defined. Of course, when we hit unacceptable through campus, those trigger definitely different interventions.
Yeah.
So we do not hit a 4 or 5.
Okay.
Can I ask, Trustee Dar, do you have, because the language will be ultimately the board's, do you have a preferred definition of multi-year?
3 comes to mind for me.
Great.
Because it's before 4, obviously. 3 has always been before 4. But it's at 4 that it really makes me start to sweat. Because we don't want to see a campus in a position that is teetering on 5.
Great.
And, but I don't want to wait until it's at 4. And it doesn't seem like 2 would be enough. So that's my rationale there. Good
Great.
question. Thank you.
Yeah.
So my definition of multi-year would be 3.
Great. Thank you.
What exactly under option 3 is a strategic compensation plan?
So a strategic compensation plan can, of course, TIA is considered a strategic compensation
Okay.
plan. Our stipends are considered strategic compensation plan in addition to that. When we're looking at our resource campuses, we're looking at a different pay schedule and that it falls under the criteria for a resource campus, how we are compensating our leaders as well as our teachers above the TIA designation.
And then on option 5, it says the percentage of schools that offer extracurricular activities. The way that I read that is that a school that offers 1 extracurricular activity gets the same number of points as a school that offers 22 extracurricular activities. Does that make sense?
It could be because
I mean, I understand elementary
it's
schools.
like what's our vision and our goal is that every campus offers the same? Is it every campus offers these core extracurricular? We know there's UIL versus non-UIL, and there's some that are very community-based, through partnerships like Optimus Club and so forth. So we did not want to put parameters around it that impeded those partnerships.
Okay, yeah, there's a definite difference between what tabs because of the nature of the school and the number of students can offer compared to a Pascal High School with the nature of the school and the number of students on that campus. So,
And elementary is really dependent on volunteers versus paid stipends.
it's true. Okay. I guess I hear what you're saying. I want it to, I don't want to adopt a constraint that the community interprets with ambiguity or maybe, I don't know the word I'm looking for, but perhaps it's overgeneralizations. I'm not sure. But I totally hear what you're saying too. You're right. I also don't want to penalize a school for not having 35 electives because that isn't a feasible goal for that
I
school.
think that's where our definitions, like electives versus extracurricular, for us is more of offerings outside of the school day, not necessarily inside the school day. We know our middle schools and high schools, it's elective, but some of our students also can participate if they're not signed up through that elective. But then we have some elementary schools who have chess club, sewing club, this, and then others who don't because it's not affiliated with a stipend-based compensation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Trustee Dar, if I
Thank
may,
you.
what I'm hearing here is, and tell me if I'm hearing this incorrectly, is yes, I believe that we should make sure kids have access to extracurricular activities. I'm also hearing, yeah, it doesn't make sense in my mind as a trustee to say we should mandate the exact same amount of extracurricular activities, but I'm worried about I'm worried about just one thing checking. So what I'm hearing is actually like, what is the minimum? Like, how do we define a set of extracurricular activities where there is some choice? And that would be on the district to do to make sure that students have choice of extracurricular activities, but not defining it the same for everybody. But what I'm hearing is I don't want it just to be they offer one extracurricular, so that's check and it's done, as opposed to some minimum set of offerings. Is that more or less accurate?
Yeah, and I think also what constitutes an extracurricular activity,
Yep.
because is it kids staying after school to watch a movie?
Gotcha.
Or is it kids playing in a UIL sport or a UIL fine arts activity? Or which I don't know that we want to put that strict it's just, it's nebulous. And so, because you should never be a comprehensive high school and all you offer is a movie club.
Yeah. This makes sense. I see this a lot with boards. So what I think administration can do with that feedback is define what is the minimum set of extracurriculars, how we would look at that, and what would qualify and what not to bring back.
Can I ask for clarification?
Sure.
Are we measuring differently or reporting out? Because this has a major impact on facility ramifications.
That's a good point.
If we're not thinking elementary versus middle school versus high school. I mean, this could, when we get to operational alignment and efficiency, seriously impact our budget.
That's a very good point. I got nothing.
What I'm hearing is the concern from Trustee Dar that we don't want it just to be one extracurricular, et cetera. But we do want to understand and be clear about what are we adopting here if we're saying campuses offer extracurricular activities to make sure that it's clear what we're talking about there. So it sounds like that's going to be on administration to kind of do some thinking about what your best recommendation would be on that.
Dr. Merlin, are you comfortable with that?
I will bring a recommendation.
Okay. Thank you. Thank
Not
you for
comfortable
listening.
with it, but I will bring a recommendation.
Okay, well, I appreciate that response.
Yeah.
I really do. I appreciate that. Thank you.
I think it really opens the door for things that are very difficult to staff, maintain quality, age level appropriateness, transportation, after school accessibility.
All good points, and I appreciate those. Thank you.
And this is naturally part of it. So if this was one identified by the board as a collective value, that we value extracurricular activities. There's obviously going to be constraints. I think this is, with a little bit more clarity to bring back, all right, if we were to do it at this level, this is what it would cost. Is the board willing to do that? at the cost of these other things. That's a decision the board's going to have to make, or say, you know what, we're okay with either lowering what that bar is or removing this one entirely because it's not how we prioritize it. So that's exactly the purpose of this conversation. Thank you. Trustee Jackson.
Thank you. I was just looking at option 2, student academic excellence. The superintendent will not allow the percentage of DNF campuses to increase. However, as we decrease the number of campuses this district operates, the number 2 at 100 campuses is 2%. The number 2 at 80 campuses is 2.5%. So should we change that to number instead of percent?
You could do it either way. It's 6 of one, half dozen of the other. I'll ask the administration, is there a reason you had percent versus a number of campuses?
Well, due to the example I gave, you could decrease your number of campuses, maintain the same number of DNF campuses, and you've increased the percentage.
Maybe I'm not understanding.
So if you have 100 campuses and 2 of them are DNF, then you have 2%. If you go to 80 campuses.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so then it would go to 2.5%, and I understand it's only 0.5%, but it still could be an accountability measure that we want to look at, just something I noticed.
Yeah.
So that would be up to you.
All right.
It's your constraint. I can bring you recommendations.
It would be up to you whether you're comfortable with it or not, to me.
So what I hear is a question on whether it's number or percentage. Is there a reason we chose one or the other? Okay.
Yes, I would leave it to what staff is comfortable with. However, I would be more comfortable with a number myself.
Great. That's exactly what we're looking for here. Trustee Lynch.
Dr. Molnar, can you give me some clarity around the progress measure for option 6? Yes, the number of deficiency and audit findings, and I'm just trying to understand how that aligns with potentially budget process.
Well, the constraint says operate within a budget process, allocates the resources in alignment. That number, when we look at our audits and our AOIs, audit findings, or any discrepancies of the budget, we really struggle with this one until we know what our goals were, and just going back to even, option 5, when we talk about the normal one is a balanced budget, is bringing the balanced budget, but knowing what resources we need to put in and how to pivot, would that be a good progress measure at that point, not knowing if we can deliver a balanced budget with 6 constraints and 5 goals that we're monitoring for accountability. And then looking at, of course, where we're at when you add in employee effectiveness, retention, recruitment, which usually is tied to enhanced compensation as well.
Okay. I guess a question I have, would it be helpful if we wrote something that said that through the budget allocation process, you have to present the money allocated to our strategic priorities first? I mean, if we had a constraint like that, and that way you're showing how we're allocating resources to our priorities first,
Definitely.
and then everything else is after? Would that be more helpful?
Yeah,
from
definitely.
a constraint process?
Definitely. We can definitely bring that recommended verbiage, definitely, to show the alignment of the budget to each of those priorities,
Okay.
the goals.
And thank you for that opening here. And so just to kind of elevate this, and I think this is where it's really helpful. And obviously we didn't get into the language last time, but budget ones generally become broad because they're about a budget process in general. And so inevitably progress measures are generally more broad, first rating, et cetera. What your suggestion elevates there, Trustee Lynch, is actually a very specific action that this board is not okay with. Don't bring us a budget without telling us how it connects to priorities first. That is a lot more clear and gives the superintendent a lot more clarity on, okay, when we do
Done.
budget workshops, like we can make sure to align this and show this. And so that's what happens when you go from broad to specific. So thank you for raising that. All right, Trustee Phillips, followed by Trustee Lubanos.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, my colleagues did a good job on a lot of these. To Trustee Jackson's point a moment ago, which I absolutely agree with, in the sense of just understanding why we're using percent versus number. It's kind of like we were talking about a moment ago. We're talking about actually seeing the number of kids we're talking about when we're talking about these increases or decreases, because it helps. It's the same here. Like, it always, for me, it feels like sometimes percentages are just playing with numbers a lot of times, instead of just saying, we got 4 F campuses. We're not gonna have 4 AMP campuses next time. If we have 3, we did good. If we got 5, we did bad. Like, it don't have to be what percentage of all those things, you know what I mean? So, and I know you wrote that down, Ben, and we're gonna, but I think that's the heart of what I know I'm thinking when it comes to that, is because you did a good job, Ben, when you talked about these constraints being about the value. The value is that we just don't want more. Like, yes, we don't want to stay where we are, but we definitely don't want more, right? And so how do we not get more? So verbiage that can help, that helps, right? And real numbers are always cleaner, in my opinion, than just a percentage per se. So that aspect. And then to Trustee Dara's point a moment ago as well, because we're talking about that value. I think in value with option 5, when we're talking about the student and family engagement, because I definitely hear you when you start talking about operational budget and things of that nature. Because I don't want this to become an undue hindrance just because. So again, back to that value aspect of it, like what is our value we talking about here? Is that we want opportunities for our young people, regardless of campus. And so, yes, there will be some special circumstances of certain things, like we understand, right? So for instance, like I talk about Young Men's Leadership Academy had football at one point in time. Now they no longer have football, not necessarily a forward ISD thing, UILs, other stuff, things that came in that. But again, I guess to the best of my knowledge about it, that's not a superintendent's fault that we don't have football at that campus at the moment. So I wouldn't want you to be, oh, she's not operating within the constraints because of something that happened that had really nothing to do with, what was really within our control during that time period. So if a young person is going to go to a campus that doesn't have that, then they should have some things that maybe they still feel like they have plenty of opportunity at their campus that maybe, we don't have a debate club, but we do have journalism, whatever. I'm just, what I mean? Like, but there's these things there to where they're still on every campus. A young person can point to and say, I can be heavily involved in my school, in a club, organization, athletics, fine arts, whatever it is, to where we don't look directly at deficit to say, oh, you go to Pasco, yay. Oh, you go to South Hills, poor baby, right? Because it's not apples to apples in comparisons of what those things may look like. So I think that's the heart of it, and that doesn't help with the language, but hopefully it does in some way.
The middle
figuring out
school
how
and
we're
the
doing
high
it.
school, those are, you have Title IX protections on top of that.
Yeah.
And then we have options in place and parameters around our choice campuses that don't have traditional sports. They can go to their home school. I think what we struggle with as an internal team is the 80 elementary campuses. And, how do you count Fort Worth After School as that? Would you count that as an extracurricular activity, but there's not spaces for every student to participate in? Does this mean there's access from pre-K to 5? That is where, right now we're collecting the baseline. What does each campus have? But those are very campus dependent on leadership, PTA, volunteers, or community partners who lean in.
If I may, I think, because this is what I'm hearing, and this is actually just a question that we can get to, and this is a question for the board, because this might clarify it for you very quickly. Does the board feel strongly, when you were talking about extracurricular activities for students, that needs to be every pre-K student needs to have extracurriculars, every kindergartner, or was it the value really around making sure that middle and high schoolers have a robust set of offerings because those are the ones that get engaged with it? And if that's the case, then you can have a lot more specific constraint around middle and high school that's a little bit cleaner as opposed to trying to define it for pre-K and K as well. So I think that's an open question. Trustee Phillips, you have the floor. So I'm curious if you had thoughts on that, is when you were talking about
Yeah.
this individually, were you thinking more about middle and high schoolers having a robust set of offerings, or were you thinking about everyone, pre-K 12 equally?
Yeah, so I would say thinking about everyone, but thinking about everyone in the sense of understanding that there, I guess in my estimation, there'll be a scale up process, right? In the sense of, I don't expect Sunrise McMillan to have a football team. I do expect Dunbar to have. You see what I'm saying? Like, so there's going to be there's going to be much more option the higher up you go as far as things, because a lot of these can be student-led clubs and organizations, things of that nature, UIL versus these other things. But I also wouldn't want to say that we don't offer anything in our elementary campuses, which that's not the position we're in. We offer lots of at our elementary campuses. But I absolutely would think that, yeah, the offering is a little less at 80 elementary campuses in the way that participation is going to look, right? Versus how it's going to look in middle school versus how it's going to look in high school. So even just from an athletic standpoint, our young people are going to start playing real organized athletic UIL sports at 7th grade as far as basketball and soccer and football and all these things, right? So I wouldn't say, hey, you need to have them ready in elementary school for soccer at 7th grade when they can't play soccer. I mean, they can, but you know what I mean? Like, there's a different expectation there, I guess. And I guess the scale up is what I'm really thinking about when it comes to opportunity for young folks. And because they're in elementary shouldn't mean they don't have offerings. But when they get to high school, they should have more vast offerings. Right.
Thank you.
So, and I don't know if anybody else want to chime in on that one before I go to my next one, because I know it's an open question. I didn't want to.
We'll continue going around in circles.
Okay. So, and then I believe it might have been Trustee Daughter even said about the definitions. I'm thinking that same thing when it comes to the employee ones, because we're using verbiage, highly effective, qualified, like those can be subjective. And again, I don't want it to be an undue hindrance. I don't want to hold you to an unreasonable standard of what we might feel like is highly effective. Or I also don't want it to be just, yeah, everybody I let them go because they weren't highly effective. It's like, well, somebody was, right? You know what I mean? So how do we really get to truly define, if we're going to use that, and not saying we even have to use that verbiage, but if we're going to use that verbiage, for the sake of everyone and fairness, we need to be able to know what is highly effective, what is qualified, so everyone has the same playbook on what that looks like, whether you do employee, a board member, the superintendent is in HR, talent management, whatever it is. So I don't even know if there is a real answer to that yet, but we definitely need to, that language is, for me, a little too subjective. We should hone in on definitions of what that would look like if we're going to utilize constraints in that manner.
Great.
And then the final one I have, and then, final two. Option 6, much to Trustee Lynch's point, I agree with. I think it is more of so for me, I would say it's just more showing it. I don't even know if that even necessarily has to be some big constraint. And again, I'm one person on the board. We can come to that conclusion as a board. But yeah, as we're making out the budget, I think if you can showcase, hey, this is how these things align with our budget, these things don't. That helps us make decisions on what we approve when it comes to that budget. And then there will be things that maybe it just really doesn't align with any of the things whatsoever, but we do still hold value to it. And we feel like that's money still well spent or invested in, so we can make that decision even within that budget or to go over, whatever the case. But I think my expectation there is just simply you being able to showcase, hey, these are the things I'm saying we need as a district. These how these things align with the budget. If you're doing that, I think that is transparent, that's accountable, that helps us all. I don't know how big of a constraint that aspect needs to be, but I think that's the heart of it for me when I'm looking at that particular one. And then finally, I think that option 1 and 2 can be grouped together, and I think that options 3 and 4 can be grouped together in some kind of cohesive language, and so that way we don't have. Because right now, if we said yes to everything, we have 6. 6 is not what we want. We want 3 to 5. I think that we can, in some way, be able to offer a language that could combine.
Do you have a preference on 1 or 2, and then a preference on 3 or 4? We can come back to you.
Sure.
That's an open question.
If I was picking between 1 and 2, I would pick 2. If I was picking between 3 and 4, I would pick 4.
Okay.
But I do think that those others are important and can be incorporated if we do the language appropriately in some way to still encompass those.
Great.
And then that will be it for me.
Thank you, sir. Trustee Lubanos.
Thank you. Yeah, that was my question. If we can combine 1 and 2, and then combine 3 and 4. And if I have to choose, I'll pick 4 over 3, and then 2 over 1.
All right, perfect. Thank you. Trustee Lynch, and then Dr. Ryan will check in and see if you have anything after Trustee Lynch.
Dr. Molinar, this goes to really option 5, and I'd be curious to get your feedback. I think, and I'm speaking for myself, I think it's 2 things around this. It's increasing participation for kids, and when I think about it, I do think middle school and high school. And so a constraint around that, are we doing what we can to continue? Because I think based on everything I know, that's an indicator around, kids and student outcomes. And then I think the other piece in public education, it's a competitive advantage we have. And so that's kind of really, I think, the goal around it, and maybe some feedback from you on what that might look like.
Okay.
Great. Thank you, sir. Dr. Ryan, I want to check in with you, see if you have any thoughts or considerations or questions.
One would be when we were talking about the elementary school activities that we offered. I'd just like to go in and go. To me, the easiest thing to do, especially K through 2, is have a number of 15-minute, just unorganized, basically PE times for the kids to get out there and burn up energy. Seen it work with Trinity Valley, where the kids come back in and they can be more focused in class because they've expended all that energy, and they're little kids and they do that and they do it well. The other part goes to our upper level schools. There's some where club sports pick up a lot of the work that kids do. We don't have softball in middle schools. We don't do some of those other sports that a lot of times they pick up in clubs. Or unfortunately, not all of our kids have the ability to go to do some of the club stuff. So we need to be sure we're looking at that and providing everything that they need. That would be, I guess, the issues that I looked at more than anything else on for the questions that came up tonight, all of which were incredibly good to try to get us on track where we need to be.
Thank you, sir. Trustee Martinez?
Yeah, I just want to echo a little bit what Trustee Lynch said about the number 5. I will say that was not one of my top priorities, but if I am looking at it, I am also looking at some of the feedback we got from the strategic plan. And it specifically, states around increasing student participation rates for athletics, fine arts, and JROTC, which I think that speaks more to the middle schools and high schools. But then it also says increased student participation rates for after-school and community partnership programs. So I guess when I'm looking at that one, I'm considering what kind of feedback we got from the community and around what they had hoped to see. And so those were very specific items. And so for me, I think athletics, fine arts, and JRTC kind of speaks to those older grades, but then after school and community programs might speak to the younger students. And then again, I agree. I think we can combine probably 1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
And if you had to choose between the language in 1 and 2 and the language in 3 and 4, do you have a personal preference?
I would say probably number 2, option number 2, and then 3 and 4. Probably number 4.
All right.
Yeah, 2 and 4.
Thank you. All right. Anyone else, trustees? Trustee Bridges.
Yeah, real quick, with option 1, I'm kind of with everyone else of combining those together. If I had to pick one, I would probably pick option the 1 more than the other one. And emphasizing on that because in community conversations, what I hear more people are talking about the grades of the schools. That tends to come out more. So us emphasizing on that, I kind of go back. I think it was Trustee Jackson who mentioned the numbering instead of the percentages. That sticks out a little bit more to me. And the last point is when it comes to the number of years, that sweet spot for me is 3 again, that we address that.
Thank you, sir. Trustee Dar.
Just a couple comments. If I had to choose between 1 and 2, I'd pick 1. If I had to choose between 3 and 4, I'd pick 4. And my reasoning for that is because the superintendent, in my opinion, we should not be I should not be advocating for a constraint that the superintendent cannot control. And when you create a constraint or guardrail that says the superintendent will not allow an increase in turnover of highly effective and qualified staff, there are a lot of reasons for turnover that the superintendent doesn't have any control over. I left a district when I had a baby. I'm still really glad I had that baby. But that was not something that the superintendent could control. Yet the superintendent can control ensuring that there are systems in place to recruit, employ, develop, and retain highly effective and qualified staff. And then finally, as we're talking about, I appreciate the robust conversation around extracurricular activities, but I agree that in my mind, it was primarily middle and high school that we were referring to when we had that conversation. However, that was not specified, so that was an assumption on my part.
Yeah, that's exactly why we come back and have this conversation, to get a little bit more clarity.
Precisely, yes.
Superintendent can only operate with the clarity you provide her. If you don't provide her clarity, you can't expect her to know and read the minds. Thank you. Any other thoughts or comments, trustees? All right, what will come next is superintendent and team will take these back, make some adjustments based on the feedback received here, clarify some of the progress measures a little bit more based on this. And then I think what you will expect is you'll probably receive that, my guess would be in a written form next time individually to provide feedback on through your normal conversations, and then us to talk about it likely one more time at the November workshop, and then you'll be ready for adoption pretty soon thereafter. So again, this is ultimately the board's process. That's just generally the process I see. But of course, things might change, and that'll be a conversation between superintendent and the board. So with that, that was by far our longest item. I think now if people would like to take a break might be a good place, and then we'll come back and finish up our last 3, which are 2 of them are very short, and 1 of them will take us as long as people want to talk about it.
The board recesses at 6:49 and reconvene with the quorum present at 7:51 PM. And we'll turn this over back to Ben.
We have two very short items. The first one we are posted for is superintendent evaluation review process. By law, school boards must evaluate their superintendents annually. I believe that's also in your contract. We are not here to talk about Dr. Molinar's evaluation, et cetera. What we are here to determine is, I know this board, now that you're going to set priorities and work on this, it's a good idea for the board to relook at how it evaluates the superintendency regardless of who is in that position. How do we go through that process and define that? It's always very hard to do because you always have a superintendent in the seat and you're trying to figure that out. We're not even talking about that. We're going to talk about what high level does the board want the superintendent evaluation to look like going forward. The question tonight is, how do we want to do that work? Boards have two options. They can say, we would like to spend some time digging into that at a future workshop. Then cool, that's all we need to know. Or would the board prefer to have that, have a smaller group work through that as a committee and then bring a recommendation to the board? So when I talked to President Martinez about that, she said, let's ask the board that question. So that is the question to the board. Do we feel like this is something that everyone wants to spend some time on and do it together? Or would you all like a smaller committee to do it and make a recommendation for the board to discuss? The board will still own this as a collective. So that's an open question. Trustee Lynch?
I would recommend that we form a smaller committee to come up with a process and then present it to the board for discussion.
All right. Thank you, Trustee Lynch. Trustee Phillips?
I advise the exact opposite.
All right. This is why.
No, and it's no. I don't think there is a bad answer. I'm not opposed to a small group at all. I do like that in this iteration that we're in right now, we are doing some really good total board work with one another, hearing each other out and being able to get rationales and things like that. I would love to see that process continue towards us having a measurement point that we all can buy into, be proud of, and stamp together. So.
Sounds great. And this is exactly what we're doing. We're looking for all this. Ultimately, we're not even going to make a decision. President Martinez will make the decision based on what she hears tonight, but we're just having this conversation. So thank you for that. Trustee Dar?
I concur with Trustee Lynch that I would like to see a small group
Okay, thank you.
work on that, but then bring it to the group for a larger discussion.
Yeah, and to be clear, no matter what, committees have to bring it to the board. The board has a full discussion. It's just a question about who wants to do all the work first. Is it everyone together or the small committee? So thank you for that point.
Thank you for that clarification.
Trustee Lubanos?
I agree with Trustee Dara and Trustee Lynch on forming a small committee.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else have any thoughts or feedback? Trustee Bridges?
And how would that work in the small committee first?
So usually what happens, and you all can decide how to do this, is usually what I see if a board determines we're going to do it to a small committee, then usually president identifies who is going to be on that committee. Usually they say who wants to be on that committee and people raise their hand. There's no minimum size. You could have more than a quorum on that committee if people are interested. You just have to post it as a public meeting in that instance and that group shows up. But that committee would then, I would work with that group. It would just be a smaller group as opposed to all 9 of us up here talking through it and going back and forth. I'd work with that group. They'd put together a recommendation and then they would come back to this workshop and present their recommendation to the workshop, at which point the board would take ownership of it and decide what adjustments they wanted to make, what things they wanted to keep, what things they wanted to change.
I'd personally rather see the whole group kind of have the discussion.
All right. Thank you, sir. Anyone else have any strong feelings? All right. Seeing none, President Martinez will think on it and then you can make a determination based on how you move forward there. We will now move on to the Lone Star Governance self-assessment. Thank you to everybody for engaging and putting together your self-assessments for where Fort Worth ISD is currently. And so we have this up. This is just a culmination of everything that you all did individually to kind of put together where we're at. I took everyone is essentially in the same places on your self-assessments. So when we looked at it, mainly because we don't have goals and priorities, we're at a 0 on most of these, but we can very quickly move forward. And so where folks landed on was moving actually from a 0. If you scroll down just slightly on the screen so we can see just one lower level. one more, sorry. Here we go. From a little bit more. From a 0 to a 57, I believe, total next quarter. So what will happen, I mean, that's a lot of growth, but it's actually very feasible, especially as you all crystallize your goals and guardrails and land on that. So what's going to happen is this will be placed on your night meeting agenda, because the board should adopt this each time, say that's where we are, that's where we're going. And then we will redo this process. This process will go in public in the future. You all will send it to me. I will put this out here, and then we will have a discussion about it collectively as before the board adopts it going forward. But given that everyone was in agreement with where we're at currently, I wanted to have an open conversation. The folks wanted to share any feedback, et cetera. Again, this came from the Lone Star Governance Manual and all of those different integrity instruments. So with that, let me pause and see if anyone has questions or thoughts or feedback. Trustee Dar?
Yes, please remind me when the quarter began. Did it start in September? Does it start tonight?
It is October, November, December. It goes with the
Okay.
quarters of the year. So this one was based on what the board did July, August, September. So the next quarter is September, October, November.
September, October, November?
Sorry, October, November,
Dec-
December. My apologies.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. So we will do this in January. All right. Oh, Trustee Phillips, yes.
Yes, sir. And so you spoke a little bit about it a little bit, but the road mapping towards hitting this, like how do we deliberately outline those things? I know they are deliberately outlined, but I'm saying as far as solidify for us, in front of us, having the conversation about we literally have to do this to this in order to be able to achieve that number. How do we have that conversation, keep that at the forefront? What does that look
Yes.
like for us to be able to do that?
So two things. So that's the entire purpose of the self-evaluation. While we already did a lot of work, because you all sent me your individual and we had this conversation individually, and this is kind of the summary, and we're at 0, so there's not a lot of discussion to be had. What will happen going forward is in January, there's the rubric that kind of shows and telegraphs what the steps are to move at each one. Anyone can see it online at the LSG instrument if you Google that. So what it will look like next time is each individual trustee will do their own assessment in advance, send it to me. I will summarize it, and we will show back up at the meeting or the workshop, whenever it happens to be. And we will actually talk about, all right, here's where the trustees all agreed or didn't agree. Let's have a conversation about why we agreed, why we're there, and what are we deciding to do next. And so that will be a public conversation that we will have, and it will telegraph what happens next. I can tell you, based on the implementation plan that this board already adopted, which I think that was last month, doing those things are leading it to there. Monitoring progress towards our goals. Looking at our operating procedures, which we will do next. Thinking about how we do ongoing community engagement, which we'll talk about tonight as part of the operating procedures. All of those ladder up into this document. But essentially, there will be time and space every quarter for the board to look at that, reflect, and plan out what it's going to focus on in the next quarter.
Got you. And no, absolutely. And that makes perfect sense. So for that January process to be able to just, hey, either we were able to hit these marks or we're not based on what we did. I guess I'm talking about that interim. There's an intentionality we have to have between Trustee Udall's point now in December of things that we have to get done in order to be able to, in January, be able to say, hey, look how we hit all of our
I got
measures.
you.
Or how do we do?
You say, what are the next things?
Yeah, like how do we keep those at the forefront? How do we check the boxes? Not just for checking the box sake, but for the accountability sake that we don't come in base. I don't want us to come in January and have a conversation like, oh yeah, we didn't hit that, but it was because we didn't actively look at those things that would have helped us hit those markers.
Yeah. So the specific things that you all identified were, we got to adopt our goals and guardrails.
Yeah.
Number 2 is we got to monitor them. Once we adopt them, we got to start spending time looking at our third graders reading, our extracurricular activities at where we want them to be, et cetera. So spending time monitoring them and then reviewing both the superintendent evaluation and the board operating procedures, both of which we just started the process on tonight. So those are the 4 big steps in this next quarter that the board will focus on. And I will say, I think the board has been pretty intently focused over the last quarter with these workshops, moving the needle, talking about goals and guardrails. You can already, this is, for this quarter, you've already spent I think we spent 2 hours talking about goals and guardrails. That's going to go a long way in this next evaluation. So I think it's just that continued intentionality that you all have already brought.
Appreciate that. Thank you, man.
All right. Any other comments here? We will move on to our last item of the night, which is board operating procedures. I think we will pull up the general board operating procedures. I believe you all have a printed copy. Everybody was sent this in advance. Thank you to folks who read it, responded, flagged some things. The way we will, again, this is just the beginning. Let me telegraph the whole process. I made comments on your board operating procedures, which candidly, from when I look at board operating procedures around the state, are actually some of the more advanced board operating procedures. So kudos to y'all for actually developing some pretty thoughtful board operating procedures here. I made comments on areas that I personally, based on what I have seen, I think the board should consider as a way that I have seen work out more for focusing on keeping the main thing. What we'll do is we'll kind of go through. I will, at a high level, I'll tell you which page we're on. I'll run through my comments briefly, and then we will have a conversation. And I would love to hear, I don't believe in that. I think we should do this instead, or that makes sense to me. We should carry on with that. I'm going to be taking notes. This is just a conversation for me to kind of get a sense of where the board is at. What I will do with this, there's 3 big conversations we'll have, one around committees, one around community engagement, and one around board preparation and agenda setting. So those we'll have a little bit deeper conversation on, but they're also already flagged in here. I'm going to be taking a bunch of notes, kind of hearing where people are at, and trying to do my best to understand where I think the general sentiment of the board is. We're not trying to get to everyone agree that this is exactly the language you should write in next. What I will then do is take this and actually redline this document with those changes, and then turn it back to the board as a starting place for your policy. At which point now you will own those changes. And so you could say, I really didn't like this one that Ben put in here because he thought he heard a general consensus in this direction. Great, that's on you alls to own at that point. And then this will move through your regular policy adoption process. But this is even pre to when you receive the policy to what you do. So that's kind of high level and how we'll go from this. So I'm just gonna be asking questions, trying to get clarity. I love all the feedback that y'all have on these things as we go forward. Any questions before we begin? All right. And then periodically, Dr. Ryan, I will turn to you and see if you have any thoughts that you want to chime in on. If not, you can just shake your head because I can see you, or you can come off mute at that time. We will start the first comments there's a lot of intro pages, etc. We're going to start on page 10. So on page 10 is one of our big conversations, which is around how agendas are created, agenda inquiry and response process, and the strategic framework. The 3 comments I made here and the questions that I will open up for is currently, the first one is around how to make sure that where the board spends time, the board as a collective intends to spend that time. Currently, your board operating procedures allow for anyone to determine something to come off consent and become an action item that we talk about however we choose to. With a 9-member board, that not for any bad reasons, but oftentimes that if I'm personally very passionate about something that I want to bring off and discuss at a public forum, it gives me the ability to monopolize the board's time individually when the board might already be understanding what it wants to do with this. It's not to say that I shouldn't be able to get information about this or have this conversation. It is just simply saying that if something is important enough to take the board's time, that it is my recommendation that you add a higher threshold in which to bring something from consent to action item to talk about. 2 or 3, I think, is meaningful for a 9-member board. And my general thinking about this and how I've seen boards operate is if I can't get 1 out of the other 8 people on this board to want to talk about something, the board probably doesn't need to spend a lot of time talking about it. So that would be my recommendation, is to consider raising that threshold to 2 or 3 to allow it to, when those conversations happen, they're going to be much more in depth because 2 or 3 board members are saying that versus 1 board member. So that's one consideration. The second big consideration for this board to consider is the timeline for which to receive information, to share questions, to get responses, etc. You have this noted in here that essentially board members access board book, and then they have trustees can submit 4-day period to submit questions, and then they'll receive answers. But it is generally pretty vague. my recommendation would be to make this as specific as possible on a couple fronts. The first is, when should board members receive all the information and materials? This requires change. It won't happen overnight. But this is an open question. How long does it usually, I mean, if your board books are anything like the board books I see, they're long. There's a lot of stuff in there. And so sometimes it's not feasible to get information and have responses within a day on 1,000 pages of documents that you're having to sort through. So what makes sense to have those materials? Is it 7 days? Is it 10 days in advance? Specify that, whatever this length should be, knowing that it might take some time to build to that. And then the commensurate, if we're asking the administration to do this work in advance about getting this information to us, then we also must be diligent in reviewing that in a timeline and submitting questions in advance to get answers in advance. So what does this timeline look like? When should we receive the materials? When should we ask questions by? Should we get those answers in advance? Should they be posted to the website, to our agenda, to people know that, oftentimes what I see is the only avenue to ask questions and people understand what we're asking is a public meeting. And so we spend a lot of time asking questions that I already know the answer to, or putting the administration on the spot instead of actually showing, we did a lot of this work already. We asked questions, we got responses for the administration, it's there and available. I have what I need to make a vote, and it's not an abdication of duty. So I would have an open question around this, around what timeline makes the most sense, and try to be as specific as possible. The last feedback here was a short one, which is, you have a board-adopted strategic framework that talks about these core beliefs. My recommendation is, once you adopt your priorities, you should replace these with your priorities, because that's what you're saying is most important. So the two big questions on the table is, what's the limit, or how many trustees should it take to remove something to consent? It's currently 1. Should it be more? And 2, what is the timeline by which board members should receive information about the agenda, ask questions, get responses, et cetera? So with that, I will open the floor for questions, for any thoughts. And Trustee Lynch, we'll start with you.
I guess just comments for the first one. I think 3 is a reasonable number. And then on the second one, I guess, Dr. Molinar, I guess first and foremost, I know there's some state law requirements around things now that have changed. And then what's a reasonable amount of time to have materials ready that we then can be better? In my mind, I'm thinking if we do have materials 10 days prior, which is, I guess, the Friday, 2 Fridays prior, it gives everybody 2 weekends and a full week to review. That I think that's a reasonable amount of time for everybody to have questions to you all ahead of time. But I'd like your feedback.
Just for clarification, are we talking board book or board reports, or both?
So to me, a lot of the material doesn't always come, ahead of time for us to ask questions.
So the board book, like the example is, on Thursday, we have final agenda review. If there's anything that has to be added, it's usually like a final contract that hasn't been passed through legal, or a data sharing agreement. But everything else is, ready to post. So that would put us within that requested 10-day period. Board reports, you're going to get a draft for October 28th for our CCMR and Fine Arts. So I've already asked them to expedite those. Sometimes it's just because the data, we're still pulling the data. And now when we do the board monitoring calendar and we look at which goals will be presented, we'll have to align those with the assessment calendar as well. So sometimes those are a little bit more difficult because we're making those updates. But we can go for the 10 days, but it really is going to be dependent on when the board, or when the assessment calendar window closes and when we can pull that data, because I hate to wait another 6 weeks for a board meeting just because we weren't within a 10-day period, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that
But
makes sense.
I actually read through the board book today in anticipation of Thursday, and right now we should be ready to go. But we don't really get many questions ahead of time with the board book.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
And what I would note is there will always be some things that happen late that have to be on, or emergency or whatnot. What I think usually I see boards do is say, this is our standard process. If something has to be added late for whatever reason, it doesn't go on consent. Like, it's just an action item that we talk about because people didn't get a chance to ask questions, et cetera. And then what I would say is if a board wants to lengthen the time that it has to review it, it should also be equally written that the board, it is incumbent on the board to ask questions in advance as opposed to waiting for the meeting. It's not fair to hold your superintendent to getting things early if I am not going to hold myself accountable to getting questions in advance. That's the purpose of it. So that's just the general coaching thought I would have here. All right. Thank you, Trustee Lynch. I saw Trustee Dar next.
Thank you. So for the first comment on page 10, I think there's two different things at play here. One is 2 to 3 board members to remove something from the consent agenda to the action agenda. The other one that's specifically mentioned in this paragraph is actually adding something to the agenda initially, to request that a subject be included on the agenda for a meeting. I concur with Trustee Lynch that 3 is a good number, especially on a board made up of 9 members. And then while we're being specific, if we're being specific with the staff to get us the agenda by the Friday, so what would that be? 10 days? Is that 10 days in advance? 11
Yes.
days in advance?
10 days.
10 days in advance, then we will, put in writing that we will submit questions by a certain time as well to ensure that the staff has time to answer those, and get because now the agenda has to be posted by Wednesday, not Thursday anymore. And so, per the new law. And so that really, that's a pretty short turnaround for the staff.
Usually what I see happen, and again, this is the boards to determine, is something like, okay, if it's going to be posted on a Friday, then the board commits to reading and asking questions by Wednesday afternoon, even though you'll still post the agenda. And then the superintendent has time either through usually Friday. I see a lot of board reports go out on Friday. So superintendent commits to any questions that are asked about agenda items. We'll have a written response that'll go out to all trustees in the board report on Friday. And then we will add it as an amendment attachment to our board book so people can see that trustees were asking a lot of questions and here's our responses. That's usually what I see around this, but boards can choose. Sometimes they say it's before the meeting, it gets sent out, or superintendent, when they introduce an item or talk about it, they kind of overview it. So I see different things like that.
Okay. Well, and I know that many of us have full-time jobs on this board, so receiving information on Monday afternoon or Tuesday afternoon before a board meeting is not real conducive to me being able to review it and think about it, since I am at my job at that time and unable to review it. So just some of those parameters are helpful. I agree with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Dar. Trustee Phillips.
Thank you. For the first one, concur with Trustee Lynch as well as Trustee Dar about the 3 for consent to action. And like Trustee Dar said as well, as far as additions to the agenda. And then on that next one, Ben, what I'm hearing you say as far as, I know you didn't suggest, you were just saying what you've seen. So we're looking at getting the agenda on a Friday, having it until the following Wednesday in order to be able to submit questions, and then being able to receive answers to those questions by that Friday, and then the meeting being that Tuesday. That the time I'm kind of hearing as far as what that could look like.
That is what I'm hearing, yes.
Yeah, and Dr. Molinar, when you hear that, pros, cons, thoughts, questions?
I just want to make sure legally that we can add the questions to the posted agenda after after that window, that legally we would not be considered messing with a posted agenda, even though we're adding a addendum.
Yep, for sure. I'm not legal counsel, so.
Okay.
I am here.
Go back to your seats. Go back to your originally assigned seat, please.
As she's going over to do that, I would say the other aspect is, I think that it is different for the, I guess, like the superintendent's report and things like that. I mean, because you're going to present that at the board meeting, we're going to have dialogue about, if there's any questions. That's different than voting items. Because that's more informational, that's more update, that's more us getting to be able to be more cognizant about what's going on, have dialogue, and that's different than something we got to legitimately vote into action of some sort. So anyway.
I think that we're always cautious about making any changes to the posted agenda, mainly because of the transparency for the public. We wouldn't want, now, this is not a legal implication, but it is an implication of concern that we have seen in the past where things may have been revised and changed even within the window of time. And the public asks questions about the changes or make comments in social media about changes. So our advice is always conservative in the sense of once your agenda is posted, it's probably best to leave it as is. And certainly you can always add information separately, but I wouldn't recommend that be in the posted agenda. I know at times that we've seen that there was maybe an error, whether it was a typographical error. Sometimes the wrong information is provided, but there's a sufficient information on the posted agenda to overcome that concern. But even with those situations, there's always explanation that has to come with it. So certainly up to the board if that's what they want, just comes with conversations that have to happen. And sometimes the public will question not only the item that was changed, but other items because of that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, well, it had to make sense to you too. But I think when we're talking about questions from the agenda, I mean, that's just more, I guess, any questions they ask is just about clarification. It's not necessarily going to change the agenda items or anything unless the question is pointing out typo or error or wording, I guess, or.
Well, are you talking about actually posting those questions?
Yes, but I don't know if there's a different way to do so other than.
That's why I'm saying perhaps if it's not, it would have to, my recommendation would be that
Yeah.
it not be part of the actual posted agenda if you're past the window, especially now with the window being
Yeah.
a little more challenging at times.
So something along the lines of like pre-meeting board questions being kind of its own document that can be publicized in that way. And I'm kind of looking at you being in here. I'm looking at a bunch of people, but anyway, I don't know if that's kind of the thing we're talking about there.
I think that's a conversation with Dr. Molinar.
Mm-hmm. Okay, you about to push the button out the moment. No,
I'll just say, I've seen, again, you all have to make the decision that makes the most sense for you. I'm just a coach. I've seen boards do this a lot of different ways. I've seen them just post YouTube videos explaining all the questions. That might be a lot of work if that's what you want to do, but I've seen that. I've seen them post it on their website. Like you have a board meeting website that tells you all the information about this and has a calendar of your board meetings. You could have a link that says, for the October meeting, here was all the questions that were asked and the responses. It's not actually amended to the agenda. Though I have seen boards, and I see, it's actually the most common that I see is generally if they are, say, a report about some sort of student achievement outcome. I don't see every district have all of the reports that are going to be presented, like added to the agenda until the day before. Like I see them add amendments and attachments to things. So, it's an option and it's a choice that this board will make.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, I mean, I guess kind of back to that value question. It's about how do we legitimately have the opportunity beforehand to be able to get the information that's needed? Curtailing grandstanding or looking important or whatever that may be, that we just want to ask a whole bunch of questions at the board meeting, and so that we're asking questions. And like, when we really could find that information out earlier if we're doing the homework well, right? And then but in order to be able to do that, we do have to have the information in a timely manner. And what does that look like in a reasonable manner for you all? Because it's also not fair to be like, we want all this information, get it to us by tomorrow. It's like, that's, you know what I mean? So it's like, it really is trying to strike that balance of what is reasonable in this sense for both things, right? And so, yeah, all ears.
I think
on that.
my only concern from the legal aspect is the way that the agenda is built right now with the questions embedded in the agenda. That's the change that I think could be concerning if then questions are added. If there's another way that Dr. Molinar and her team could work with the board, but in the current state of the agenda, I would not recommend that anything be added
Right.
after the posting.
Okay, so I'm saying, so you're saying that the way
Because,
that
you know,
the
it's
way they're
embedded
currently
right
in
now.
is good or not?
No, the way that they're currently in is good as long as when it's posted, it doesn't change.
Right.
Right.
Right. And are we not? So with that being the case, do we already have the sufficient time for that mechanism? So I know, and maybe Trustee Dar, you do a really good job of asking questions beforehand in that manner. Is that strenuous for you to be able to do it in the manner you do, or is that a good time that we have it in order to be able to pull? I only ask you because, like I say, you really do a good job of that. So,
Thank you. Um, You know, what help, if I can't get to it on Sunday afternoon, it often doesn't happen.
yeah.
And sometimes life gets in the way, but I've tried to make it a habit that on the weekends that I know that we're going to get an agenda, that I spend Sunday afternoon reviewing the board book and asking questions. And if I don't do it that way, then work gets in the way and all the things, because I got to do that job too, so.
Right. And so right now, that's what, receiving it on Friday and doing it by Sunday, basically? That's kind of the...
Well, but we all have different schedules and different lives and different ways of doing that, so.
Right.
It sounds like there's some opportunities here. Rather than try to dive in, we can make this general about the timeline, and you all can discuss what you believe is the best way. This will be the first of many times that you will see this policy before you make a determination, so they can get back to you with other specific dots the next time around. Anything else, Trustee Phillips?
No.
Thank you. All right, we will go to Dr. Ryan, followed by Dr. Rodriguez. Go ahead, Dr. Ryan.
For me, okay. We've gone through the number of votes it would take to get things on from consent agenda to action item. I've got one concern, and that's I trust all of the 9 people that I have to work with on this board. They're great people that have great ideas. They have to talk to their constituency. They might come back, and as long as any one of them wants to add something to the agenda before the agenda review, because it's important to what they think needs to happen, I value their opinion. And I want to, if it's something that Q wants on the agenda, then I'm going to be for it. And I shouldn't have to go to anybody else to get those ideas put on the agenda. I think we can do it with just one person. Now, if you want to sit there and change it from consent to action item agenda, I can do it with 2 or 3. But if people have asked me, what are we doing about so-and-so? I want this on the agenda. Can we look at so-and-so? If any one of my colleagues brought it up, I want to look at this, then I'm going to sit there and be with them. And they shouldn't have to be going out to farm out to try to get a consensus from 2 or 3 other people. I trust them enough to make the right judgments because they were elected to do this, and they've always done the right thing on this board.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Rodriguez?
Yeah, I like the idea of having 3 people. This was brought up from the policy committee a couple of years ago, and it was voted down. So I liked having 3 people to request something added to the agenda. But having needing 3 people to move something from consent to action, I disagree with, because there are some items that I want to vote against, and it doesn't necessarily need a conversation, but I just want to vote against it. So,
Gotcha.
and I don't want to vote against the entire consent agenda just for one item.
Yeah, that makes total sense. And I've seen boards do that where they might have, if you want to have a discussion about it, you need 1 or 2 other people to join you to have a discussion. But that individual trustees can pull anything for just the sole reason to vote against it, so you don't have to vote against the consent.
One consideration that I have seen other boards do is when someone wants to take something from consent to action, that they actually make a motion to take an item off, because then if it's not seconded and voted to move to action, that's where you can have other members consider whether or not they want that to happen. And you can take the action to move it to action, and then if it's seconded and it gets voted to pass, then it happens.
And-
If it doesn't, then it stays on consent.
And that's an excellent point. My recommendation, I neglected to write this in here, would be that the board sets the timeline to do this before the meeting. A night before, you and another or a second or a third have to ask something off. So you're not responding in the moment, but actually have done the reading, have looked at it, asked your questions, you got responses, you still weren't settled, now you find another person to bring it off the agenda item with you. It would be my recommendation to actually set that before the meeting, so you're not at the last minute putting people on the spot to try to, if you don't pull this item off with me, then I'm going to make a big deal about it, et cetera. Not to say that would happen, but I've seen it happen at a lot of boards. So that would be my recommendation, is actually you pull these before the meeting gets posted even, or you set a timeline in which it must be received by Friday night, and then those items get pulled off, et cetera.
So with that, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but to the heart of what you're saying, even with that process, if there's still, so I don't get the requisite people in order to allow me to move it. But I don't want to vote for that particular item now. Like this, that item is still there on consent. I don't want to vote for it. But it didn't get enough support to be able to do so. What does one do in that scenario now?
With what Dr. Rodriguez just shared, what it would look like based on what I've heard would be, okay, there's this item that I'm concerned about. And I either want to talk about it at the meeting, or I just want to vote against it. If I want to talk about it, I need to go get 2 other people to say, yes, let's talk about it, let's pull something off. And then it becomes an action item, and now there's a full discussion about it before there's a vote. But if I've decided I just want to vote against it, or I can't get the other people to talk about it, I can individually still say, this one needs to be separate for a vote. And there won't be a discussion about it, but this one is going to be voted on separately, and people can vote for or against it, so it doesn't get wrapped up in the rest of the consent agenda.
If one wants to vote against. They can-
Exactly.
Okay. Because the discussion part is already embedded, because even the consent agenda says there any questions or discussion. So we can discuss anything on the consent agenda as well already. So that the discussion part is not a problem. But if we don't get to the number per se, and yet still want to vote against that item, then it can be pulled for the sake of voting against that item. Like, it has to be an actual thing that we're saying in order for that action to occur, because without that, then it stays on, I guess. Is that what I'm hearing?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Trustee Phillips. Any other questions, thoughts here? And again, this is just the beginning. I'm going to put this into a red line document, and then it will be yours to change, edit, change, delete, do whatever you want with. All right, that was one of our 3 big topics. Now we'll move on to a couple shorter ones. We're next on page 12. This one talks about board self-evaluation and the superintendent's evaluation. So you actually do have language in here that you do quarterly Lone Star governance progress review, which we just talked about. My recommendation here, now that we've talked about restarting this process, would be simply to Trustee Darf's point earlier, is to note which quarters are what. We'll do this in October, January, April, and July, so you know exactly when it'll be on the agenda. So that would be one recommendation, is just to specify that, so there's no question about it. It's known, it can go on the agenda. And then the superintendent's evaluation, my only note here actually doesn't really need much discussion, because as we talked about, you all are will decide whether to do a committee or do a full board to talk about what the superintendent's evaluation is. Once you do that, I would recommend, of course, aligning this language. So if anyone does have a comment or a question there, I'd be happy to open it up, but those are both TBD. All right. Seeing none, we will move on. Just a quick note on number 13. This is your current board monitoring calendar. So the only note here was to, once you adopt your new goals and guardrails and those progress measures, is to actually update this calendar at that time. And I think a couple of trustees reached out to me individually about this and noted it would also be helpful to have some of those other things that come back. If we have budget adoption at the same time every year, let's put that on what month it is. If we have trainings we have to do, add those things. What are those things that come up every year so people can know in advance? So I don't know if anyone had any other thoughts about monitoring calendar, but that was the other note here. Trustee Dar?
I really liked the sample that's in the Lone Star Governance Manual on page 37. It doesn't mean we need to do exactly that, but it really, for one, we had a lot of pieces of information all in one place. And that makes it easier for the board to keep up with. It makes it easier for the community to participate and to follow, or to comment, to share information with us so that we can represent them. But I would like to see that calendar expanded, or the calendar we have now expanded.
Great. All right. Thank you for that. We'll move on to page 14, sorry. All right, so this is kind of continuing the conversations we just had around consent and board member conduct, et cetera. So the three notes here was, number one is to minimize for subjectivity as opposed to consent agenda. So right now what this is, it kind of leaves it open to the board president to determine any that should qualify for consent versus qualify for action. And so typically when that happens is people can interpret things different ways and be like, well, I don't think that should have been on consent, President. I think that should have been on action, and vice versa. So it's my recommendation, especially if the board receives the materials 10 days in advance that we're talking about, it's my recommendation that you should just start everything on consent. And then, through your process, pull off items that you want to spend time talking about. It takes the subjectivity out of the board president's hand to determine what that is. People get it in 10 days in advance, and then they will have these conversations, decide what they need to pull just to vote against, or they want to have a larger conversation about it. They will pull them off in advance. The one caveat I would add to that I see is if something has to get added as an emergency, that materials are not ready 10 days in advance, that's okay. That might have to happen, in which case it doesn't go on consent. It automatically goes to action item, and we'll discuss it because we did not have materials in advance. So that is the first and second consideration dots that I made. The third one is around, you all have conversation and are able to talk about these items. You're the only board that I am aware of that doesn't place any sort of time constraints on discussion for either board members individually or the board as a collective. So considering placing some amount of time limits to at least ensure that a conversation is had across the entire board. So what I see is something like each trustee will have 3, 5, or 10 minutes to talk, and then we'll start the second round. But you can't go on for 30 minutes before we go to somebody else, like setting some time so everyone has to go through once, and then we start it again the second time. It allows for a different type of discussion. I also see some boards say we're only going to do 1 round of that, or we'll do 2 rounds of that, or 3 or something like that, just so you have a parameters around that to make sure that people are actually having a discussion back and forth as opposed to all saying their piece and then somebody else says their piece. So those are the 2 options to talk about there. With that, I will open it up for conversation on either of those or anything else here. Trustee Lynch.
I like the idea around time limits for people to kind of get their point across and then move on and allow people to participate.
Do you have a thought on what's a reasonable time limit?
I think 2 minutes is reasonable, but it doesn't have to just be 1 round. But I think two minutes is reasonable.
All right, thank you. Trustee Dar?
Just a question around this. Often the comments or the time involved also involves a response. So how does that work?
I've seen boards do it many different ways. I think you all can decide. I've seen some that says it's 2 minutes, but if I ask a question and then it pauses and superintendent responds, it doesn't count against 2 minutes. That requires a lot of timekeeping, if that's something you wish to do. I've also seen some lengthen it and include answers and responses, in which case you might say 5 or 7 minutes includes answers and responses. In that case, you see trustees saying, okay, you've answered my question, or like clarifying their question to speed it up. But I think board can decide how they want to go with that.
I'm certainly open to considering this as an option. I'm not exactly sure. I'm percolating on what that should look like, and it certainly isn't up to me. But I think there's a variety of ways to do this to maintain focus in a meeting. So I would love to see some options possibly for that.
Yeah. I can write it so it has a couple different like a blanks with a couple different options, and you all can think about it. Trustee Phillips?
Yeah, I'm not sure about this one in the sense of time limit. I definitely understand. I can understand that being the case. I would say in my experience with this board, I don't feel like I've wanted to limit a colleague in their questioning or their response at that time. Because I think mine is more about, are you at least on topic? Are we talking about the thing we're supposed to be talking about? Now, if you filibustering about something that has nothing to do with the actual thing we're talking about, it's a whole different thing. But I haven't really experienced that here. Usually the questions are pointed toward what the item actually is, and we're getting further information and clarification and really seeking something out there. So I wouldn't want to limit a colleague. It's like this is a solution in search of a problem when I don't know if there's a problem with that in this particular iteration. But I also understand the aspect of I'm not thinking about it in the sense of just solely this board. I mean, because when we're talking about these things, I mean, these things will, and again, other boards will be able to come and do more, you know what I mean, to update and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I don't know if I want that limit placed time-wise on being when it's topical and is actually on the subject.
Yep. Thank you. And I think that's a great segue. Let me just share why, because I know a lot of this feels, and then we'll go to you, Dr. Ryan, you'll be next. The recommendation here is so often what I see is boards spending a lot of time. Sometimes it is truly because we're trying to understand one another's perspective and make a decision on which way we're going to vote. That's I would say, one of the better reasons I've seen for longer discussions. But oftentimes what I also see is boards asking questions to make a point for the public, in which case I actually say there are far better ways to communicate with your public than talking about it in this room with our community that is here. And I think everybody, while we all, and I'm guilty of it as my own as a board member, saying like, I'm asking this question for the community. The reality, I would be much better off actually just going and communicating that to my community instead of asking it here and assuming they will hear it. And so I really push boards, and we will actually talk about community engagement as part of this, is like, how do we actively communicate with our community? Because board meetings are not the best way and venue to do that very often. So I think that's part of the reasoning for placing these restrictions, so we can focus the time that we need here and actually make a decision as a board rather than spend time spinning our wheels if that's the case. And then how do we also create some of these other things where how do we create more question and answer beforehand so we don't have to spend as much time trying to understand it here? Because inevitably what will happen on your superintendent and team is superintendents want to be responsive. But oftentimes when the conversations only happen here and we haven't done the pre-work to ask questions in advance, they get put on the spot and have to spend a whole lot of time trying to get not as great answers because they haven't been able to prepare for it. If they get your questions in advance, they can answer them in advance, and then this conversation can happen is way more advanced than it is asking for the first time here. So the goal is to kind of front load individual trustees getting the information they need. And I personally believe trustees should get all the information they need. And then don't miscommunicate the fact that I'm saying that board members shouldn't get information at a board meeting. I'm just saying board meeting isn't the best time to get that. It's actually well in advance to show up prepared and ready to go and make your point and then determine where your board is at and then see where the board lands. So that's part of the reasoning for why I'm explaining that, because when it comes here, there's a whole lot of other question marks that administration, there's no way they could have prepared a million different ways. And I think the more clear they are about what the board's questions are in advance, the less time they have to spend away from classrooms and away from students trying to figure that out in advance, because they know what the board, okay, I know the board has two different thoughts on this. We're going to be prepared to share both sides. We can be ready for that, as opposed to showing up, things get pulled off the agenda. Now I'm trying to find what answers are, et cetera. So that's some of the reasoning behind the recommendation in that. So
Completely on board with that reasoning. Yeah, thank you very much for that. Yeah, I can sign up for that, absolutely.
Dr. Ryan.
Understand where we're trying to go with conversations, but I'd rather go in rounds and have some time and let each board member have to say what they need to say. I've learned an incredible amount just sitting next to Q and his passion for what he believes in. And if you've never had to sit there and listen to what Trustee Dar, I'd say she's the most erudite person I know on this board and can carry on incredible conversations that will help me understand. It would be nice to do it outside of that, but like I said, she's got jobs that she's doing. I'm doing jobs. There's time that we have to be involved in things other than that, and this is a good time to get some of that information. So again, it's valuing everybody's opinion that's on this board.
Thank you. So what I'm noting for that is an idea of having the round so we can hear multiple people go, but making sure we can have enough time, sufficient time to be able to hear those opinions truly. Thank you. Any other thoughts here? All right, moving on to 16. Two comments here. One is you have a general bucket of ethics and expectations of board members, standards of behavior. These seem pretty broad. My recommendation here would be to actually take what's in your BBFA local regarding conflicts of interest and actually bullet point them out cleanly, so anyone that gets this, you actually have a lot of good stuff in there already, knows that here's when trustees recuse themselves. If they have, if they receive funding from this vendor, et cetera, all the conflict of interest, like actually bullet point those things out in here just to be super clear. The one item that I did not note is around, there's definitely conflict of interest around if you receive compensation as an individual. One thing you might want to consider is also recusing yourselves if you received a campaign donation by someone with business before the board. So for instance, if you received a vendor donated to your campaign, that's great, but also probably should recuse in the same way. So that's one consideration for the ethics there. And then in terms of communications, my general feedback here is this seems broad, some of these bullet points. I'll read you the first one. Superintendent will update the board on board-related matters. That is exceptionally broad and doesn't really change specificity here. My recommendation would be just actually defining the specifics around, and I don't know what happens if Dr. Molnar, like how you communicate. Do you give a Friday update to board members? Does that happen? Like just say, here is when we expect to receive communication. Here are the general themes. All things that come from, like, the superintendent will communicate any information to all trustees like that, like things like that to specify what makes sense for how we communicate, as opposed to try to list out everything that gets communicated because it gets too broad. So those would be my two thoughts there, but open that up for any kind of conversation that you'll have. And it is okay if you don't have a lot. I will kind of put my recommendation into the red line, and then you will have a lot more specific conversation and change it as you see fit. All right. Seeing none, we'll move to page 17. We're almost there, y'all. One note here is, so this kind of goes to, this is around board member requests for information and communications with staff. So you have a relatively strong policy in here, and I'm reading specifically from that paragraph about no individual board member shall direct or require district employees to prepare reports derived from analysis, yada, yada, yada. Directives to the superintendent or other custodians shall be by board action. My recommendation here is just to be a little bit more specific here. The reason for this is, again, superintendents by nature want to be responsive to the boards. And if individuals are reaching out and asking a whole lot of questions, that is taking a lot of time from the superintendent and from the team, who is diverting time and attention away from schools or doing those things that we have set out as priorities to get those responses. Again, overall, I believe board members should get all the information they need, but they shouldn't be able to monopolize the superintendent or administrative time as an individual. So what that looks like would be, a recommendation would be to specify this a little bit more, that if, like, for sure, if board members ask questions and the information's available, they should receive it. I would recommend putting some information around what's a reasonable amount of time to get that back. We don't want superintendents just dropping everything and going back to the office to send updates if they're having a conversation with a principal or something. So board members can send questions or requests for information to superintendent's office or however you do that. There should be some amount of weeks that's reasonable to get a response. You wouldn't want to expect it every single moment. That forces administrators to try to just jump to that, whether it's your intention or not. They're trying to make sure that you have what you need. So set some parameters around what's a reasonable time frame. And then actually noting is, if something is going to require significant staff time to build, then that should be a decision that the board makes collectively to say, yes, that's important enough to all of us, that superintendent, we want you to actually spend time, effort, and energy to build that report, or no, that's taking too much. And so the conversation here might be around, on individual requests, depending on how you want to do that. I've seen it really change behavior if you actually have the superintendent ballpark how much time it took to get the answer that was requested. Sometimes that's 2 minutes, sometimes that's an hour and a half of staff time. So you could consider something like that as a way to really start to be more cognizant of what the asks are on superintendent and staff. So I will pause there and see what kind of thoughts, questions, or responses are there.
I think there's a delineation between what information is available and what's not. I don't think it's unreasonable if the information's there to provide, but if it's something that requires an amount of time investment to do it, maybe that's the delineation that we decide as a board, if it's worth the time to pull the information together.
Got it.
Or the analysis, for that matter.
Thank you. Trustee Dar?
I don't really have an answer to your question, but a thought on the question is, there's a real level of trust that has to exist between the superintendent and the board in this arena. And if that trust doesn't exist, if the trust isn't there, and I do believe in the situation we're in right now with Dr. Molinar as our superintendent, that the trust is there. So this is not a reflection on you, Dr. Molinar, in any way. But if we're putting together things that if Dr. Molinar decides to leave next week because she wins the lottery, then this needs to be in place so that we can welcome the next superintendent into the fold. And if the level of trust is not there, that the superintendent is giving us all of the necessary information that we need, then the answer is different than if we are in a situation where we are working with a superintendent that we trust. And so, again, this is a non-answer. It's just a thought I had while I was listening to Trustee Lynch speak, that there's some variables in this situation that factor into how the board proceeds and operates.
Thank you. I would say you want to build your procedures that would withstand and put you in the best position possible, regardless of who your superintendent was and regardless of how divided a board was. You really want them, and the time when a board is actually like working strongly together, like I see happening in Fort Worth ISD now, is the best time to put these procedures in place, knowing that it won't always be the case. So, yeah, that doesn't answer your comment, but I think that's just a way to think about this as you see this and actually start to actually piece apart, language sounds a little too strong, or we want to build in this guardrail for something. So, all right. Oh, Trustee Lynch.
this is an I statement. I think weeks is probably a good time frame for most of the information that we're asking for, but I'm guilty of wanting it sooner than that. So I think that is a reasonable thing to consider.
And what I would say is inevitably, again, superintendents want to give their board members the information they need. This is just setting a baseline. Every district that I know that has some time frame out there, it provides the limit, not when it is the case. Like oftentimes I've seen, I don't know a superintendent that's ever said, wait those 2 weeks. Like, is it available? Get it to them ASAP. I've seen board members say, I've just got asked to speak at this event. I need some information because I want to shout out the great things happening in the district. People will work with you. That would be my guess for every superintendent that I've ever seen work. So again, setting the limit just kind of sets the guardrail on where we should expect a response by, not necessarily you won't get a response until then. Dr. Molinar, your light is on. I don't know if you have anything to add to the conversation.
Sorry.
Okay. All right. Final stretch, y'all. Page 18. We're going to pause on the committee ones. We'll do the other ones first, and we'll come back to committees, which will be a longer discussion. So the first note on how the board should handle the media. Overall, it is pretty much aligned with what I see most places. Board president, designated spokesperson for the board. Superintendent is usually the designated spokesperson for the district. And then the one note, it mentions all trustees. I would recommend putting in some language about how a trustee should respond if approached by the media. It doesn't kind of talk about that at all. So what I generally see here is, board members are not precluded from speaking to the media. But if they do, they should either, if you want the full board statement, let me connect you to President Martinez. Or if they are going to respond, they need to make it clear that they are speaking as an individual board member and not behalf of the board. So that is the most common and is the most aligned with legal policy. But I would recommend being clear about that and what your expectations are for that one. Any thoughts? I see nods. Okay. Campus visits. Generally, this is pretty broad. There's not a lot of, there's some things about shouldn't disturb district operations, et cetera, which is definitely a strong thing to do. Inevitably, I'll speak from experience as a board member. There's not a time in which I could visit a campus in which it doesn't cause some kind of disturbance. People, again, know I'm a board member. And so my recommendation here would be to be a little bit more specific around campus visits. And Dr. Muller, you might have ideas. I've seen things like we want to know at least, because what also happens as a former principal, as soon as a board member shows up on my campus, I'm texting it up the chain to try to make sure Dr. Molinar knows the board member is there. I don't know if there's anything else going on. So there's definitely things happening outside of this. It's helpful to not have superintendents blindsided. So I would recommend at least putting in some things about notifying the superintendent's office, generally a little bit in advance, maybe strengthening some of the thing that you shouldn't be kind of like running, like changing any behavior of people on the campuses. I think your policy right now just talks about it interferes with the delivery of instruction or district operations. That's very broad. So, I think you could benefit from a little bit more specificity here and a little bit of advance notice so Dr. Molinar and our team are aware. But I will open that up to the board to see what your thoughts are on campus visits, and maybe it's not an issue at all, but want to open it up. Trustee Dar?
I concur. I agree with you on that. It has become very, very obvious to me that any time I'm on a campus, I like to think that I am never on a campus as a gotcha, but it can always be perceived that way because I serve on this board, and that is incredibly disruptive to student learning. And if our primary goal is to improve student outcomes, then we must behave in ways that contribute to that. And showing up on campuses or visiting campuses without making appointments. I'd also like to see something about how when we're on campus, we have an administrator that's with us as we walk through the campus. So we have somebody to ask questions of, that we're not just there walking a campus on our own. But I agree that some additional parameters need to be put in place, and I appreciate you bringing that up.
Thank you, Trustee Dar. Trustee Lynch, followed by Trustee Phillips. Oh, sorry. Trustee Lynch, followed by Dr. Ryan.
Yeah, I don't know that I have an answer. I'm just thinking out loud as a
That's what this is
board
for.
member. When I show up to a sporting event or a school for my own children, I don't know how we delineate some of those things, but I know there's an effect, but just something to think about as we think through this.
Yeah, that's a great point. What I have also seen, which might you want to consider, is when a parent shows up as a parent or a grandparent shows up as a grandparent, not in their official capacity, then you could consider language, maybe that doesn't go through the same procedures, but in that instance, the board member doesn't use their board member ID badge. They sign in through the regular process. They're just there as a parent and go through the normal process that a parent would, as opposed to, I'm a trustee, can I get in this way? And let me talk to they should go through. You could put some language in that kind of differentiates that if you show up as a parent or a grandparent or in an unofficial capacity, you must go through the procedures as the unofficial capacity as opposed to as a trustee. Thank you. Dr. Ryan.
I would concur. Having been a principal and having board members walk in, it can be a very scary time. But going through this, I've never, in Fort Worth, never gone to a school where I haven't called the principal and asked when's a good day or time to come by and let them know what I was coming by for. And so it's one of those where you just want to draw that happy medium to make things work. And I would hope that everybody would do that. I need to come by. Let's talk about so-and-so and what's a good day and time, because sometimes the principals have a lot of things on their plates and they can't do it all at once. Now, if you want to come by and bring the teachers breakfast, I think you ought to be able to get in there anytime you want to go.
Thank you for that. We can make those notes. I think this is ultimately, these are operating procedures. They are not ironclad. They are not laws. They're only as good as you enforce them anyways. So I think to spell out some of the things that you mentioned, Dr. Ryan, about, making sure what the purpose is and how you can do that in a meaningful way, again, I think will help to clarify this, and then the board ultimately still is responsible for enforcing its own procedures. Trustee Dar.
In response to Trustee Lynch's comments, it might be prudent to include something about, there's a difference between visiting a campus outside of the instructional hours, and those instructional hours just really need to be sacred. And I recognize the need to, on occasion, visit during instructional hours and to have some protocols in place, but what I want to protect is the instructional time more so than the football game, the choir concert, the band concert, things like that.
Great. Yep, that makes sense to distinguish campus visits during the instructional day versus sporting events, which I've never seen anyone try to control for a board member showing up at a sporting event. So, all right. The last thing I flagged on this page, and this might not require any discussion at all, was just travel is relatively broad, leaves a lot to be determined by being approved by board president, et cetera. If this is not an issue, I don't know if there's any reason to change anything here, but if there are ways to clarify that would be beneficial, this would be a place to do so. But I think that's just a board choice. Go ahead. Yes, go ahead, President Martinez.
Sorry, I just wanted to add one more thing to the campus visits. I think distinguishing the difference is very helpful. Because even during award ceremonies, if I'm attending my child's award ceremony, I don't feel like I need to tell them in advance, but sometimes I have told them in advance, I don't want to be recognized. I just want to be able to attend my child's event and not be called out.
Yep. Okay, so I'm hearing a clear preference to distinguish between official visit in your official capacity versus as a parent or guardian or friend. All right. All right, let's talk about committees. This was one area that came up quite a bit. I will preface my general thoughts and coaching around committees with the administrative perspective as a former central office administrator and principal, et cetera, is for however long a committee meets, you should assume that the administration is spending at least 5 times that amount of time preparing for the committee, showing up at the committee, and then doing any follow-up from the committee afterwards. So a committees can be a valuable use of time, but they should be very thoughtfully done because they can become the single largest time suck of administration away from priorities. And so it is my general recommendation that boards should have committees that the board owns. I'm only talking about board-created committees. Superintendents have committees, and they should continue to be able to have committees as they see are helpful. They might say, I actually do need a couple people, I need community members, I need board members, I need whatnot to give me feedback on this. This is not talking about a superintendent-created committee. This is talking about board committees that the board creates and the board calls and sets the agenda for. It is my recommendation that boards should have board committees only about board work. And my general smell test on that is if the committee can function without the superintendent or administration there, then it is probably a board committee. For instance, doing board operating procedures probably can happen without the superintendent here, and the board can have a really meaningful discussion. Probably a board committee and a worthwhile board committee. What I see oftentimes is a board finance committee that just reviews monthly finances, or the board instruction committee that's going to look at instruction. And what generally happens in those instances, I'm not talking about Fort Worth in specific, what happens generally is now the administration feels like, okay, I've got this committee that the board has, but I need to spend a lot of time preparing a lot of stuff about the curriculum we're doing and all of the inputs we're doing and bringing it to a small subset of board members. And then the board members are now, they would almost be abdicating their duty if they don't engage with me and give me their advice on the inputs. And now I'm taking that into account, and then those board members have different information than everybody does. And so that's the danger about board committees that focus on superintendent work. If it is truly that important to get board member feedback on, it is my recommendation that that should be an agenda item for the board, and the board considers it as a whole as opposed to a smaller subset of individuals. And so it is my recommendation that the board should have board committees focus on board work. There should be very limited standing committees in general, unless there is new work to do every single year. Because what happens oftentimes is committees are created for a very meaningful and specific purpose, but then they stay. And that purpose goes away because we have solved it. So boards should set clear tasks for the committee to accomplish and a time frame by which to accomplish it by. And if you're going to keep it for more than a year, you should just restart the committee every year. So, and I'm not going to talk specifically about any of your committees. Only you all can ultimately decide. I don't even know which one of your committees are superintendent committees versus board committees. But that would be my recommendation in terms of how to think about committees. Separate from a superintendent. A superintendent might say, hey, I need some board members to give me feedback on this. Can I get a small set of board members and whatnot to make a recommendation to the board? Great. That's a superintendent committee. They can set the agenda. But what too often happens is we start a board committee with a very meaningful problem, but we don't control for actually when that problem is solved, and then they keep growing and growing and growing and take more and more staff time. So that is my recommendation. I will open up the floor for conversations or questions about generally board committees. And my recommendation, we should talk about this at a high level before you ever go back and make determinations about your current committees. So with that, Trustee Dar.
Are there any board committees required by law?
There is a safety committee that is required by law. I wouldn't even call that a board committee. I think there's more people than that than just a board member. That's just a required committee. There might be another one, but that's the one that's top of mind for me.
Is audit one?
Well, you're definitely not required to have an auditor, and you're not required to have an audit committee. Everyone that I know that has an auditor has an audit committee, but I would note that that is very squarely board work because usually the auditor reports to the board, and so
Correct.
the board is doing board work. Administration rarely shows up at audit committees that I've seen also, so. But it's not required by law to have an auditor or an audit committee.
Okay. Policy.
I have seen that. And that usually is board. What happens oftentimes is boards delegate policy changes to superintendent to recommend because they know the day-to-day of that. I've seen some boards have a policy committee that do that. That's definitely falls in that. I've seen some say if it's a policy recommendation, it should just come to the full board and we discuss it. Especially if there's, again, the question is what's the purpose of the committee? Oftentimes, if it's just to review the recommended policy, that's maybe not a committee unless you're getting some value out of that committee specifically. So but again, this is ultimately your choice. So
Thank you.
thank you, Trustee Dar. Dr. Rodriguez.
Yes, Dr. Molinar, is there any committee that you find absolutely necessary? Because he is correct about it's more time that you and the staff put in. And if it's just repetitious or something that eventually comes to the board, I mean, we can get rid of a lot of these committees if it's just busy work, in my opinion.
And I would say, and I'll answer first, and then Dr. Muller, you can think about the answer and then decide at this time, like even if there is a useful one, my recommendation would be it just shifts to being a superintendent committee. And she can call the meetings and have those as she sees fit and ask president or however you all decide who's going to be appointed to this committee at a time. But Dr. Muller, if you want to share any thoughts you have or.
No, I do think that having the ability to be able to call a meeting, discuss an issue, and having a recommendation to move forward or bring to the whole board versus having committees that we feel like we have to meet on a monthly basis and present out takes a lot of staff time on top of additional, requests. So I do think having that flexibility, we are going through a lot of changes, especially when we look at facility and budget. There's a lot of changes that would be helpful, but I think it should be something that we could, I love the suggestion that we call, but also those are always topics we bring back to the whole committee anyway, because they need a board vote to move forward.
And what I might recommend in this instance is sometimes what I think could be a really good solution here would be, if you're presenting a superintendent report about something, we're making a lot of changes with regard to our facilities, to share that with the whole board and then say, and I've got to ask for the board, I need some feedback on these two particular elements. And I would like to just make it known here that this is a committee that I'm going to host. And if you're interested, let President Martinez know or send an email to me, and then you can pull them in as you see fit, following all Open Meetings Acts, of course. So, Dr. Rodriguez, anything else there? All right. Anything else, Dr. Ryan?
So I have a question.
All right, Trustee Lubanos.
If we have a finance committee meeting, I guess that's the board meets on that committee, but if we have questions on that committee, how should we proceed?
So I think it would be whose we have questions.
I mean, if the board has questions
Gotcha.
that are sitting on that committee, if it's only the board and we all go over the report, then we're like, do you know about this? You know about this? So I don't know.
Yeah, what usually happens, I'm not going to speak specifically to your committee, only you can answer that. What I would say is usually if you are, let's say a finance committee is reviewing the reports the month before they come to the board. Then some subset of trustees are there. They ask a bunch of questions about the reports. They get answers from the CFO. The CFO is prepared in advance. They've been at the committee. They've probably got some follow-up questions, et cetera. And then we repeat that whole process again at the night meeting. Now everybody sees it and a lot of the questions are being asked, et cetera. And it's like you're doing double work with a smaller group and then a larger group. I'm not saying there's no value in that. Sometimes you might get, okay, this is a question I need to be prepared for. But I think also when you set up a system where we're all going to get this in advance and we're all going to ask questions in advance, well, then you got all the questions asked in advance anyways. So you're kind of doing the duplicate work. I think trustees should get answers to all of the items that they have questions on before they take votes and go on that. I just think there's generally more efficient ways that take less time from staff. If you receive the information 10 days in advance and you ask your question to administration and get responses from administration in advance, as opposed to a smaller subset of trustees asking those questions in person, and then everybody getting the materials and everybody asking the same questions again. So it often ends up as duplicate work. But regardless, no matter what situation you set up, you should have a venue to ask all the questions you have about the items that you're receiving and voting on. Was that responsive to your question? All right, anything else here? And again, you will see all of this. I'll put some language together based on what we have talked about, and you guys will then own it from that point and make all the changes that you want on it. All right, now we are on page 19, and I promise we are almost done. We've done a lot of work, y'all. My only note here, and I don't know if there's a lot of information to discuss here, is just on your new board member training, is just to be a little bit more specific about what new board members are being trained on, specifically as it relates to governance. So what's the role of the trustee? What's superintendent work? What are your goals? What are your guardrails? How do you go through those items? So just being a little bit more specific about what that training looks like. And then if you will go to page 20 for our last larger discussion, which is around community engagement. Right now you have a point here, your third bullet point under advocacy talks about ensures multiple forms of two-way communication will be used to engage, empower, and connect students, family, staff, media, and community with the district. So the question that I would pose to the board is, what kind of responsibility the board wants to put into this? I've heard from essentially all of you about saying the value of our community and really getting feedback and thoughtfulness here. So I think there's a lot of opportunity to really dive into this, and we don't have to solve it all tonight. I'm just curious what this looks like. I would just be specific about what the board's responsibility is in community engagement. Are we committing to doing some sort of board listening session regularly? Is it annually? Is it every other year? Is it half a year? Do we want to have any other types of communications? Do we want to have a board committee to put together a newsletter that the board will send out to its wider constituencies? There's just a lot of other ways to communicate with community members. And it's different, in my opinion, from an individual board member communicating with the community that elected you, which happens a lot. Godspeed, continue to do that as you see fit. That's your role. But there's a difference when it is a board communication. And actually, now myself and Trustee Phillips are actually going to go, and we're going to be in different parts of the neighborhood, seeing places that aren't the district I represent, and sharing a message about Fort Worth ISD and what we're accomplishing. So you've got a lot of opportunities here. I think it's really powerful when a board can come together and say, and usually it centers around, hey, here's our progress to date on our goals. And we also want your feedback. And here's our big issue that we're working with. Let's have a conversation about it. So there's ways to structure conversations. So it's not, it's usually you want to put some structure around it so it is not whoever is the loudest talks the most, but you actually can make sure you get meaningful information and have a conversation with your community. There are ways to set protocols and structures for that. So just my overall question here is, how does the board currently do this, if at all? What's working, what's not working, and what would you want it to be? Trustee Phillips?
Yes, sir. Yeah, so, much like many of the recommendations that you had there, particularly around one point in time in our first iteration with Lone Star Governance, we were having those meetings, or at least scheduled them, where we're going to have trustees go out in pairs or threes to be able to have those conversations. I absolutely want to see us employ that moving forward. The more community contact we have in that type of arena, I think will just have great dividends for us. So I think definitely that's it, implementing anything. I want to see us implement that into our normal calendaring schedule as far as how we're going to go out in the community with one another to have those conversations.
All right. Trustee Dar?
This kind of goes back to the calendar on page 13. I would love to see some more community engagement opportunities actually added to the calendar to not only inform the community, but also to hold us accountable to making sure that that happens. And I really welcome, I find that engaging with the community is one of the best parts of serving on this board. but it is often difficult to find ways to do that sometimes in productive ways. And so I welcome any ways that you've seen work with other boards. I would really love to know what other boards are doing, because I think we can learn from that, and I can learn from that, and I want to learn from that. So those are my comments.
Thank you. All right, y'all, we accomplished a lot tonight. Next steps here is thank you for engaging in that. Again, I don't pretend to be able to know exactly all of how you all will want to land here, but I can be a good starting point. So I will take that back. I will redline this based on what I have heard, and then turn it back over to the board to go through your regular policy adoption process and decide what you want to keep, what you want to change, and what you want to delete. And then from here, we can start to, once you all get clear about this, you can make determinations about how you want to do your existing committees or moving forward on the community engagement work. What's the time frame to actually set up our agenda review and all of that work. So thank you all so much for engaging on a lot of meaningful topics tonight. It was my absolute pleasure. And before we turn it back over, I think Trustee Dar has one more note.
I'm sorry. Just two questions,
Sure.
neither with answers in this moment. The first one is, I guess, as we're doing this work with the board operating procedures, is just making sure we're asking ourselves if any board policy needs to be changed or updated as we're doing this. Again, rhetorical in this moment. The second one is, I'm wondering if we need to add any information in our board operating procedures regarding how trustees interact with vendors, since generally that is superintendent work, not board work. But that is, again, for a conversation for the board, not for this moment, but possibly as we're doing this work.
Yeah, great point on the first one. I do have an answer on that one. I find it most helpful to get clear on how we want to operate first, and then at that same time, that once we get clear about the language here, you don't adopt this with having like different local policies. You would see the same local change that you have in your board operating procedures. It's helpful to kind of go through all of this first rather than try to piecemeal all of those. But yes, I do recommend that at the same time you adopt new board operating procedures, you make sure that your local policies align to those areas. For the second one, that's a great point. What I will do is I'll put a placeholder in the first red line. We'll discuss that next time. And it's an open invitation to the entire board. If there's an area we did not talk about, if there's something you think is missing or you change your mind on something, please reach out to me individually, and I will make sure to make those notes so that we can have that conversation the next time board looks at all this. With that, President Martinez, back to you.
Thank you, Ben, for guiding us through this process. Right now, I want to open up for any of the trustees. Do you have any just general comments or questions regarding today's workshop? Dr. Molinar, do you have any? All right. Well, I also want to thank you, trustees, for engaging in this process and conversation as well. And the time is 9:19 p.m., and this meeting is adjourned.